ready to bring you round 2 of the Cup, and we have ourselves a phenomenal matchup between two very strong players in the New England area.
Exactly. We are popping into a bit of a weather war that we don't usually see. We're about to see a Tyranitar come back out. Regulation H, Tyranitar's beloved, finally back in a little bit of a rotation instead of all these sun teams, all these rain teams. Finally, we're getting the Sand Tornado.
Oh yeah, and we have multiple Tyranitars here in the field at Balance Patch today, something I'm very excited about as well as you. We can get into looking at our teams we're going to see in this first round. John Lyons, our first trainer here, with a very interesting core, something that I have some experience playing with, and something that I think is very, very strong into the general field, this Grassy Seed Golden Go, giving it the extra defense boost, making it not as susceptible to moves like Knockoff, which generally a Golden Go really doesn't love to see, and giving it a lot more staying power, surrounded by a bunch of just generally very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, you see a lot of those big heavy hitters in Regulation H. You got Rillaboom on the top, rocking that Assault Vest as it loves. Sneasler also there with the Unburden and the White Herb, ripping off close combat. It's not taking much of the adverse effects and being able to use that, activating the Unburden, getting it double speed. Insanely good. On the other side over there, you see Ursaluna with the Focus Sash. Usually a lot of those like running that Throat Spray, running the Assault Vest itself, but Focus Sash does keep it in play for longer and makes it so you don't have to worry about getting knocked out on the first one. Then again, Dragonite, Incineroar, two of just any non-restricted format in Scarlet Violet has loved these two. They're back again. They're doing the damage as per.
Yeah, we're going to look at our other trainer real quick, too. Joao Dos Santos, making a pretty triumphant return to locals here in New England, has kind of been out of the scene, at least competitively, for a little bit here, but coming back strong, winning in round 1, and with that Tyranitar, like we were talking about before this set, joined by its best friend, the Lycanroc.
Yeah, I mean, that's a duo that was seen a lot early on in VGC during the Regulation A and B days before they even called Regulation A and B. And surrounding it are a bunch of these these very popular from around those exact same times. Volcarona, loving that Struggle Bug, being able to cripple a lot of those special attackers that love this format as well. Having a little bit of support with Tailwind and Will-O-Wisp instead of being that usual Quiver Dance set, defensively Quiver Dance. Dragonite, still, again, Dragonite, all reliable, so good. Extreme speed access to Scale Shot to get it up as well. And then Haze gets rid of all of those really scary boosts that you can get in this format.
Oh yeah, and I think Joao's matchup in this contest is really interesting. You have both that Dragonite with the Haze to get rid of not only the Grassy Seed defense boost for the Golden Go, but any Make It Rain boost that it might be accumulating. You also have this Annihilate with the Safety Goggles and the Final Gambit. An important thing to note about John's team is that every single Pokemon on that team has an HP stat lower than 110. This Annihilate is going to be able to click Final Gambit into every Pokemon, barring the Golden Go as it's a Ghost type, and the Ursaluna Blood Moon because of the Focus Sash, and just take a KO if it's at full HP. It's going to be something that John has to play around very carefully, especially early in these games, to try to find some breathing room in this matchup.
It is also worth to mention that the Sneasler also is that Ghost Terra instead of being the Stellar that a lot of people have loved during these non-restricted formats, but that also runs a good little defensive option just in case. My trainer card on the screen right now because we were using my Switch to show it up. But here we go. 12 leads off with Volcarona and Dragonite coming through here, and there's the shiny forms of both of them. I got a charm in my bag that has the shiny Dragonite on it.
Yeah, very cool, and a good flex, of course, from John's team. Not seeing the Annihilate immediately for Joao's side, I think is a very good sign for John. But now we're going to see, number one, which one of these Dragonites is trained a little bit quicker, which Terra type, the Steel for John's Dragonite or the Terra Fairy for Joao's, which one might come out in this turn, and will we see any Dire Claw shenanigans? The fastest thing in the field can click a move pretty unabated, at least this first turn.
Yeah, and especially because there's not a ton of threat for Sneasler on the field here. The extreme speed obviously is still a good chunk of HP, but not enough to be a KO in this situation. So he's going to take it, but John's going to grab the instant, bring it straight in, and instantly get that little Intimidate onto that Dragonite. Not much of a difference onto the Volcarona, but does knock it down to that -1.
We are going to see a Terrestrialization immediately that looks like Joao's Dragonite becoming that Fairy type will become completely immune to the Scale Shot from John's Dragonite. And important to note, both of these Dragonites, well, I'm sorry, I was going to say both of them only running Scale Shot. Joao's does have the Extreme Speed option as well, as Volcarona gets a Tailwind up, and the Scale Shot's going to come out into what was that Sneasler, but at -1 attack into this very bulky Incineroar. Not going to do as much damage as Joao would like to hope this turn.
It's still a decent chunk, especially because Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that is going to be coming in and out a lot. Getting that little chip damage is super important to be dealing with that with the big cat. And it looks like John is thinking about switching out that Incineroar instantly back in, and you got to think about what you really want to do into this, because Volcarona again is not the defensive one that really likes setting up that Quiver Dance. It's got Tailwind, it's got Will-O-Wisp. Really, your option here is to think about, am I going to get burned on my Dragonite this turn, and is it worth it to switch that out?
Yeah, John choosing Terrestrialize here on this turn, becoming a Steel type with his own Dragonite to resist the Scale Shot from the other side. Important to note here too, the Volcarona for Joao does not have Protect. So this is going to be, because of no switches, a pretty safe Fake Out and Scale Shot into the Volcarona, provided, of course, the 90% accurate move hits. But we're also going to see the other Dragonite for Joao click in Scale Shot first. Classic Regulation H gameplay here. Two Dragonites that are not Dragon types anymore, trading Scale Shots back and forth.
Just two friendly-looking guys swinging scales at each other.
The important thing, though, is that Joao does feel much more ahead in this game so far, because of the additional damage it got on the Incineroar. And while this Scale Shot's going to add up damage on the Volcarona, this Volcarona does have the Citrus Berry item, so it should be able to take, even if 5 hits come out from John's side.
True, but then the next turn you have to think about, is the Scale Shot's going to go directly back into that Volcarona? And now you're thinking, John is in a fantastic position to bring somebody else in. The Dragonite is at -1 still. Volcarona isn't as much of a threat to the other Pokemon that are in the back here. The Heat Wave obviously being the biggest thing to worry about here. You have to make a decision on the 50-50, really.
Yeah, it becomes very difficult for John, at least this turn. You need to accomplish the goals of both stalling out Joao's Tailwind for his final 2 turns, as we just got to check, and eventually getting up your own Tailwind so that you can attack this Dragonite, which now is at +2 speed on Joao's side, and is going to get to +3 now after the Scale Shot.
You are really worried about this instant now, because that is a good chunk of damage, and you're worried about being even with resistance. And the critical hit definitely puts it into the range to be KO'd, and doesn't even need the Heat Wave to take out that Incineroar.
No, and I think even without the critical hit, the Heat Wave likely is going to pick up the Incineroar regardless, but 5 hits from every single Scale Shot we've seen so far, I believe, on both sides, really playing with the RNG for these two teams. And looking at what at least John has in the back, it becomes pretty difficult to see a way out, at least this turn, to find a safe passage through this last turn of Tailwind on Joao's side.
Yeah, Joao still has not thrown out a third or fourth Pokemon yet, so there is still no idea what the other supports are in this situation. Really, you just have to wait out this Tailwind. But then, on the other hand, that Dragonite's at +3, and has the loaded dice as it always does. How much damage is that going to do to this Sneasler?
Yep, and we do see a very risky lack of a Protect on this side for John's Dragonite, the extra chip damage coming out for the scale shot from Joao's Dragonite should be more than enough to put John's Dragonite in range of this Heat Wave, as again, another 5-hit scale shot. That's, I think, 4 now that Joao's Dragonite has hit. And the Heat Wave goes into the Protect first for Sneasler, and it will connect into the Dragonite, finishes off that Pokemon. We do now get to see John's 4th Pokemon on the field, and importantly, we are now out of Tailwind on Joao's side, but I think he's perfectly fine with the situation as it is, as this opposing Dragonite, the Tera Fairy Dragonite, has just been such a menace for John to deal with this entire game.
Yeah, getting it off the field feels a lot more important than trying to just keep it down, because look at all those arrows in this Dragonite. 4 down, 4 up. Sorry, 5 down, including that -1 attack, and it's still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's the issue with Scale Shot, is that, you know, even at -1 attack, it is still just such a strong attack. You know, with the loaded dice setting, if you connect, guaranteed to get 4 hits with Scale Shot. At 25 base power per hit, that's a 100 base power move. And half the time you're going to get a 125 base power move just for free.
Yeah, we have to see if this Sneasler is up to survive this. Pretty big damage on all of them. How close will it be? 21 health remaining, and another 5 hit in there from Joao's Dragonite. But this also means that Sneasler is guaranteed hitting this close combat into the Volcarona and taking the first KO on Joao's side. And it also leaves Ursaluna to hit this Hyper Voice on single targets.
Yeah, and importantly, breaking the multi-scale on this opposing Dragonite, thankfully for John's side, not triggering the Flame Body ability for the Volcarona. 30% chance for Sneasler to have gotten burned on that close combat. But I guess the game decided that there had just been a little bit too much friendly RNG on Joao's side. Going to give John a little bit of a bone here. And now, a curious interaction that honestly I don't know the math for. An Unburden activated Sneasler, so it's going to be doubling its own speed, against a Dragonite that's at +4, so effectively tripling its speed. I'm not sure which one's going to be faster. It comes down to how they're trained, as the Dragonite will protect, and it seems like Joao has a decent idea of which one is going to be faster.
That Sneasler is going to take this T-Tar out and about. Doesn't really care about this special defense drop at this point. But you do have to wonder about the math of this. I believe Dragonite's still going to outspeed with what, quadruple?
Or it would only, it's a +4, so it'll be tripling its own speed. And given the play that Joao made, seems like he probably knows that math a little bit better than I do, at least. My guess would be that Sneasler is going to be faster, and this does allow the Lycanroc with the Tyranitar going down that turn to get in safely. This Lycanroc with the Sandrush ability is going to have its speed doubled, but still, because of the base speed being lower than that of Sneasler, should still be slower than the Sneasler, and now we're left with this Dragonite with this extreme speed on Joao's side, able to target down the Sneasler, and this Ursaluna Blood Moon really has to do whatever it can to get through these last 2 Pokemon if the extreme speed comes out this turn.
Yeah, and you can see the hesitation in what to do here. But I think what John might be going for is hoping that this Dragonite's going to Scale Shot into the Ursaluna and then get as much damage possible off it. And he does Scale Shot into the Ursaluna, and that means that you're rolling dice between the Sandrush and the Unburden between Sneasler and Lycanroc here, because Ursaluna's going to eat that and survive, dropping defense again. But is this going to be enough? It is going to go through, and it's going to trigger that Focus Sash. Lycanroc surviving with that 1 HP and looking like it is going to clean up the rest of this team.
Well, potentially. It depends what move it clicks. It can't take both KOs here. It's going to click Rock Slide to knock out the Sneasler, but not very effective on either target. Now, do we see the Ursaluna's attack through the flinch chance? It does. Gets the Hyper Voice off. Dragonite now knocked down very, very low. Will go even lower with the Sandstorm chip damage, taking 1/16 of its HP at the end of this turn. Really, are we going to see this -1 Scale Shot pull through with enough damage to deal with this Ursaluna? The Dragonite at +6 now. No, I
Yeah,
think that makes sense that it would outspeed Sneasler at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And skill shot is going to keep coming out. And I think that John has turned this game around completely on his head unless you get any kind of critical hit in here.
No, and
4 hits.
finally only 4 hits for this Dragonite. Will not be able to drop its defense or raise its speed anymore. And the Ursaluna Blood Moon comes through and really reverses this entire game just by itself. Using its natural bulk that, it has the Focus Sash item, but didn't really even have to use it at all that game. Just the natural bulk and defensive typing of this Ursaluna allowed it to get through these final couple of Pokemon and bring victory to John Lyons in this first game.
Yeah, and that was it. And it started out so bad for John Lyons, losing 2 Pokemon almost instantly and not being able to see the rest of the 3 and the 4 slots. But once the Tyranitar came in, instantly just rip it off. Just rip that close combat. You get the T-Tar out. That's a big Pokemon that does a lot of damage, has a lot of good support. Off the field instantly, and especially with the Protect coming from Joao on that aspect on the other Dragonite, you were leaving that minus however many minuses at that point on the field, which is still pretty risky.
Yeah, we got to see just the true value of Scale Shot. Knocking on wood, none of the Scale Shots from either side missed in that game. It is a only 90% accurate move. But I think it really came down that turn that the Tyranitar fainted. The Dragonite clicked Protect when it had the option to click Extreme Speed to pick up this very low health Sneasler to knock it out at the end of the turn, or to try to get damage onto this Ursaluna Blood Moon so that, maybe 3 Scale Shots would have been enough, since we saw that 2 rounds of it didn't work. It's the end game of that one. John Lyons got through and was able to take advantage of a more passive play, getting that call right on Joao's side, allowing him to really take momentum back in this game. But just as you mentioned, it was very, very difficult early in this game. I'm excited to see what adjustments John might make with the team that we're seeing on the field right now to give him a little bit better shot, at least early on in the second contest.
And as you can see, kind of starting up into game number 2 right about now. A couple of different changes incoming. So John has not brought the Dragonite into the second game. He's opted to go with that Rillaboom. Still did not bring the Goldango. Otherwise, still went with the same other 3.
Yeah, and we, of course, get the benefit of being able to see John's player perspective, the Pokemon that he brings. As for Joao's side, I think he thought that early game of Game 1 went pretty well, going with the same lead, the Dragonite and the Volcarona, but staring down now at this Ursaluna Blood Moon that was such a problem in Game 1, and this Rillaboom coming out for the first time. And I'll be honest, if I'm a Rillaboom staring down a Dragon and Flying type and a Bug and Fire type, I don't know if I'm the most excited Rillaboom in the world right now.
I definitely wouldn't be either. But at the same time, all really this Volcarona can do to threaten this to threaten Rillaboom in an extreme way is to drop that Heat Wave.
Yeah, well, yes, because the Dragonite also does not have a flying type move. The Volcarona does have Struggle Bug and Heat Wave, 2 spread moves that are super effective into this Rillaboom. But the Rillaboom, as we're seeing right now, can just click this Fake Out into this Volcarona that does not have Protect. And we'll see just how much damage this Ursaluna Blood Moon on John's side is going to be able to do, being left alone here on this first turn once again.
That is a lot more damage than you like to see come out. That's like going to be number 4 right there. He's going to be fighting again, and another 5-hit pickup with a crit at the end of it. And Rillaboom is looking a little worse for wear right here off of that huge damage from Dragonite.
But Rillaboom so far has done its job. It got the Fake Out on the Volcarona, allowed this Blood Moon to go off, gets a lot of damage, but with the Citrus Berry plus the Grassy Terrain recovery at the end of this turn, the Volcarona is going to be looking pretty solid going forward into the next turn. And we're seeing, by virtue of the Grassy Terrain recovery order, the Volcarona is faster than both this Ursaluna and this Rillaboom on the other side. Will be able to click a Tailwind if it would like to, or a Heat Wave for extra damage on this turn. Whatever it would like to do.
And it looks like that Rillaboom is just going to pick up the break of that multi-scale, I believe.
Yeah, a critical hit of its own with the Grassy Glide as it goes in there. You know, crit for crit, one of them maybe mattered a little bit more. But either way, neither is going to change any KO and damage rolls as the Scale Shot comes out into that Rillaboom once again. Now a +2 speed Dragonite and the Struggle Bug trying to lower this Ursaluna's special attack stat, but just knocking into this Protect.
Yeah, this giant bear is a monster with the damage in almost every single form that actually both forms it has. It's a monster of damage. That Blood Moon, 140 base power, can do a ton to the bulkiest Pokemon as long as it is not taking it as not a very effective damage.
Exactly, and we do see now this Incineroar that was so valuable for John in that first game, really just to get the Fake Out pressure and the Intimidate onto this opposing Dragonite, now gets to come in, click another Fake Out, and set up a much safer position for this Ursaluna to get off another attack. I'm excited to see what this Ursaluna actually ends up clicking as the Volcarona switches out.
Yeah, and John did fake out that slot as well, so it's going to do just a little bit of a chip damage right there to direct Tyranitar, and the Sandstream is going to proc straight up here. John also going for this normal terrestrialization, so this Blood Moon that is coming out is going to be a behemoth of damage.
Yeah, and you see now, John may be recognizing, you know, not utilizing his resources to the best ability on that turn 1. If you're going to end up terrestrializing the Ursaluna Blood Moon later on in this contest anyway, it may have been more valuable to terrestrialize it immediately on that turn 1 to pick up the KO on the opposing Volcarona with that Blood Moon, with the extra damage coming out. Now, you're launching a Terra Normal Blood Moon into the Protect of the Dragonite. You don't have the opportunity to click the Blood Moon again next turn. You're just going to have to get away with clicking your either Earth Power, Protect, or your Hyper Voice.
And a nothing ever happens moment right there with a little chip damage from the Sandstorm, and then instantly getting all that back from the grassy terrain. Instantly switching out. That Sneasler coming in, going to take a little bit of damage most likely from this. That Scale Shot. Oof, that is a good chunk of damage, and it's going to keep going. That's number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And it does get that number 5 as well, down to 12 HP. That might be enough for that Sandstorm buffer to take it out as well.
Yeah, I believe we'd seen last game that the Sneasler at about 12 HP would survive the Sandstorm chip at the end of the turn, but of course not going to matter with that Rock Slide.
Yep.
And an important interaction that we're going to see in this contest is this Hyper Voice comes out. See how much damage this does to the Dragonite. Will be enough to pick up the KO? Not quite. And of course, very little to this Assault Vest Tyranitar on the other side. But an important interaction here, seeing that the Sandstorm chip damage happens before the terrain recovery. So, knocking the Sneasler down to very low HP, knocking this Terra Normal Blood Moon, you know, if it were knocked down to its Focus Sash, for example, the Sandstorm chip is going to pick up the KO before it would heal back up with the grassy terrain. You know, time-honored strategy for the Sand teams. You see the Endeavor Focus Sash Lycanroc on the other side. If it gets knocked down to its Focus Sash, can Endeavor bring the opposing team down to 1 HP and have them just get KO'd to that Sandstorm chip.
So to explain, weather always goes first with effect instead of terrain. So like if you're getting buffered, it's always that effect first, and then you're getting the terrain.
Yes, there are, I believe it's weather, terrain, items. You know, if you were leftovers, it would happen after the grassy terrain as well. Don't quote me on that. This is the one interaction that I know because it came up in a set that I was playing yesterday where my Focus Sash Sneasler did not like playing in the sand even when I had grassy terrain on.
I love the sand. Such a fun mechanic. Unfortunately, the types that get affected by are the ones that are very easily taken out as Volcarona comes back in and eating a little bit of that little fake out there, but then Ursaluna going with Hyper Voice one more time, and this definitely looks like and definitely is going to take out that Volcarona who just came in to go straight back into his Pokeball.
Deb, and really for Joao, that's kind of all you need. You know, the Dragonite will still be the fastest thing in the field. There's no priority threat for these final two Pokemon for John's side. You know, you'll be able to click your Scale Shot. Yes, you are at -2 attack now after the second Intimidate, but once again, a free switch in for the Lycanroc with no threat of priority on John's side. Will be able to get a lot of damage off onto the field as the Ursaluna Blood Moon has shed its ground typing that was so important in Game 1 for resisting that Rock Slide. However, you see the close combat come out from Lycanroc and do, honestly, not as much damage as I was expecting into this Incineroar.
Now you just have to see if this Incineroar is going to survive this onslaught of scales. There's number 3. Number 4 is going to be a critical hit, and it's going to take out the Incineroar in the most unfortunate fashion for John Lyons. That is so tragic.
Yeah, and you know, maybe 5 hits of the Scale Shot would have been enough to pick up this Incineroar as well. You know, so there was the chance that you could get the 50 on that too, but the critical hit removing all doubt, bringing this Incineroar down, and putting Joao in a very commanding position in the end game here of Game 2, likely going to send us to a 3rd contest in this set.
I actually am not sure myself on which turn it is for Sandstorm, but looks like that John Lyons is considering just leaving it and going on to just GG go next.
Yeah, I mean, based on my internal clock, which is primarily just vibes, I think this is the last turn of Sand, maybe the second to last turn. But I want to say because Tyranitar was on the field, no, I think it's the second to last turn because it switched out immediately.
Yep, and there is the forfeit for the end of the game. Going into Game 3 finally, so what do you think has to change for John Lyons? Because there's a lot of situations where he makes a call that have very much put him in the backseat positions, and especially in Game 1, kind of felt like he benefited from the click of Scale Shot rather than the Extreme Speed. A little bit more of a mistake than an outplay that brought him to that Game 1 victory. And you saw it kind of even itself out on that Game 2. What needs to change?
Yeah, I'm really, for John's side, I'm a little bit surprised to have not seen this Golden Go appear at all in this set. You know, you have the Grassy Seed on the Golden Go, gives you the defense boost, lets you be basically immune to Lycanroc's attacks with just the Rock Slide, which is resisted, the Close Combat and the Endeavor that do no damage. You resist the Scale Shot from the Dragonite and are, of course, immune to the Extreme Speed. All you have to be worried about is this Volcarona, which is likely going to be trained faster than your Golden Go, and does threaten it with a Heat Wave and a Struggle Bug, and the Tyranitar with Knockoff. But if you get enough boosts with your Golden Go, this Tyranitar is not that big of an issue. Of course, you know, I think part of the reason we haven't seen it is, you know, that second Pokemon on the left-hand side for Joao that has led off both games. With the Haze on Dragonite, it becomes very difficult to have your Golden Go in position to set up in this contest. I'd imagine we're going to see some kind of switch up for John's side, and we do for both teams as the Annihilate makes its first appearance in this contest, getting the immediate Defiant boost as the Incineroar is led for John Lyons next to his own Dragonite. And this is exactly a position that I was talking about prior to this set. The Annihilate likely faster than both of John's Pokemon and threatens both with a final Gambit to just pick up a clean KO immediately.
Yeah, and does not really help to get that instant Defiant boost going on the side of John Lyons as well, especially because Annihilate on most of what John brought into this battle, even if they resist it, do not like getting hit by that Drain Punch. And there's a taunt coming out on the side of Annihilate, and that's instantly going to stop the Tailwind from coming out from John's Dragonite, and basically the board has moved in the slightest of fashions, but almost all of that is in the favor of Joao.
Exactly, and that was a great coverage play for Joao's side, knowing that you can't protect either of your Pokemon this turn, but both of your Pokemon, I think we've seen, are faster, you know, with no speed boosts than both of the Pokemon on John's side. So all you need to do for Joao is guarantee that that speed order will remain in place. You taunt the Dragonite, your Annihilate can't be faked out. You guarantee that no Tailwind is going to get set up for John's side. And even if you take, you know, a Scale Shot into your Annihilate, well, that's just giving you more Rage Fist boosts. And your Volcarona now is pretty free to click Tailwind itself on this next turn.
Incoming, the Water Terrestrialization, maybe hoping to defer that Drain Punch on the side of the Annihilate. But again, you have to just hold your breath. There is not a there's not a final gambit, but the Willow is going directly into Dragonite. That is going to make sure its attacks are extremely loose. And then the Pulse Combat is going to do a good chunk of damage into that Incineroar. And now you're going to see a very much less boosted Scale Shot. Still did a good chunk of damage.
Yeah, with the -1 defense now for Annihilate, but at least your Scale Shot is not doing nothing. If we do see, say 5 hits and a double up, or even after the 4 hits, potentially a Flare Blitz coming out from Incineroar here could be enough to pick up this Annihilate with the defense drop.
There's a knockoff. That is going to pick the KO up. That's a huge hit there from the Incineroar. And John, starting off with the first KO of the game, that's something that he has not done.
No, it did cost him his Terrestrialization, but getting through that Annihilate without having either of your Pokemon get knocked out, I think that's a huge win for John. And I'm very surprised that knockoff was enough to pick up the Annihilate from that range. Typically an Incineroar not going to be trained to be terribly offensive. With your final Gambit, your Annihilate likely has a lot of at least HP investment, but ended up being enough, and getting a sneak peek into the remaining 2 Pokemon on John's side, seems like he might have the tools to make it out of this one. It really just depends on if Dragonite can get through this last turn of Taunt so that it can click its own Tailwind to match speeds on Joao's side next turn.
Yeah, what you have to really be aware of, though, is that there absolutely is a read that would do a devastating amount of damage, because Incineroar at this time is in the position to get KO'd by a low kick. But if you bring it in for a Rock Slide, Incineroar's fine, Earth Moon is fine. Low kick, though, very scary in this position. But the Dragonite is going to pop another Scale Shot into that Volcarona, activating that Citrus Berry. And I am not sure at this point if this Dragonite is going to live to see the next one.
I would imagine it's a Rock Slide coming out from this Tyranitar, and a Dragonite at -2 defense, staring down at Tyranitar's Rock Slide, is not going to have the greatest time in the world. That's just a double knockout with the Rock Slide. The critical hit on Incineroar, I think, may have mattered. John with a little bit of a smirk, I think he thinks that also may have mattered on the Incineroar, making this turn at least a little bit more difficult and giving Joao an extremely commanding position with the Tailwind setup, with the Sand, and with an unrevealed 4th Pokemon.
And you have to pop your last 2 Hay Bay. The Ursaluna is back out here in Sulphur. The Sneasler back on the field. Unfortunately, there is not a reliable way for you to get this Unburdened Brockton.
No, thankfully for John's side is that neither of these Pokemon threaten all that much damage on your Sneasler. The Tyranitar actually does. I take that back. It can always click the Terraflying Terra Blast and really do a ton of damage to the Sneasler. But Joao does not have an ability to take both KOs this turn. So for John's side, you really just have to figure out which KO is Joao going to index on, and how can I avoid being punished by that.
Yeah, you might have called this perfectly. There is the Terra on the Tyranitar, and that most likely is going to lay directly into that Sneasler. The real question kind of is, if there is investment is there enough investment in Tyranitar's speed that it will outspeed that Sneasler? But there's the Heat Wave. It's not going to take a KO either side here. Barely doing about half the HP bar. And then there's the low kick. Wow.
Yeah, an incredible call by Joao there. Really taking advantage of the Protect on John's side. And at that point, if you're John Lyons, you kind of have to go for a read. Decide which KO Joao is going to try to take and protect that Pokemon. And unfortunately for John, just didn't get that one correct. It's going to be a come-from-behind victory in this set for Joao Dos Santos, moving to 2-0 in this tournament today. John Lyons still 1-1, plenty of time to make that up in the next 3 rounds. Still very possible to get into top cut with that record, but an incredible win for the Sand team on Joao's side.
Still incredibly early, but very, very well navigated set there from Joao. After that early game, kind of like a miss. I would probably identify it as a misplay. Little bit of a misplay instead of clicking skill shot instead of his screen speed. After that, completely clean, knew exactly the ways that he wanted to get his win conditions, and he got them. So fantastically done for him.
Yeah, impressive play for both these players, and we have plenty more where that came from, thankfully, here at Balance Patch, with the Cup coming up right after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Balance Patch September Cup in Boston, Massachusetts. I am Jake Major, joined by my good friend Naeem, and we are going to be bringing you round 3 of this wonderful tournament with 2 players I don't believe I've seen on stream before. Yeah, so a really cool team here. The Basculin Legion's there, but we don't see a Rain Setter. Instead, we see a Sand Setter. And that Basculin Legion with the adaptability ability, although I think our graphic may have bugged out because of the word ability in the ability. So yeah, we have the Choice Scarf Basculin Legion here, which very much more commonly seen on these Rain teams. But being this water type on this double fire water and grass core with Tyranitar and Dragonite, interestingly with multi-scale with Tyranitar, kind of some anti-synergy, but we'll see how that goes for Tommy.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested in seeing how that goes as well. But up next, let's take a look at Joseph and his team that he has brought to this town. And we have Goldango, Ninetales Alone, Arcana with the Isui variety, and Dragonite Sneasler. Dragonite Sneasler has been a fan favorite in this format for a little bit. I feel like Sneasler is just a very strong option when you don't have no access to Urshifu. With that Dire Claw, and of course, coaching is quite a powerful move. I expect to see that played today as well. But what I want to really focus in on is how bulky this team is. And yeah, that Goldango with the Grassy Seed, a Ninetales Alolan with the extra Aurora Veil, defensive capabilities. It's going to be a very interesting way to see how crazy this team is.
Yeah, so a lot of interesting techs on this team that definitely aren't, standard. but definitely makes sense. The Clear Amulet Arcanine rather than something like a Choice Band, the Grassy Seed on the Goldango. We have seen the White Herb Sneasler when Unburden's procced. A dual attacking Dragonite with Scale Shot and Stomping Tantrum, opting not to run that very common Haze. And a Focus Sash on Ninetales as opposed to something like the Light Clay. But still a very sensible option there. And Drum Beating on Rillaboom as its grass move, just to control the speed alongside that Tailwind Dragonite.
Gotta say, I'm a big fan of Alolan Ninetales in general. I really do like Light Clay because it just makes it last that much longer in the rounds, you know what I mean? But maybe it's enough without it. I think that's 5 turns of Aurora Veil. Light Clay extends it to like about 8.
Yep.
So it's like, that extra 3 turns kind of is nice. But here we go. Arcanine going to go ahead and get that Intimidate into play here. And Goldango is ready with that Grassy Surge. Now, it's interesting because the opponent, Tommy, he set up that grassy terrain for this game, Goldango, which is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, so a very high value Intimidate from Arcanine into these 2 physical attackers. And Goldango being that Pokemon of choice to lead, immune to Fake Out, and while it would be weak to Basculin Legion's potential Ghost move, Last Respects, no Pokemon have been taken out here, so a relatively weak move, and can just go for the Protect to scout out what this Basculin Legion's going to do. But if I had to make a guess, it would probably be that Flip Turn. As the Rillaboom comes in for Joseph, we just see a Fake Out come out here into the originally Arcanine. A Flip Turn going into that Goldango, and we'll have to see what Tommy wants to bring in from the back.
Get a little bit of chip damage on this Goldango, probably soften it up for something big like an Insane Aurora. But I don't know. I feel like neither player really gained too much out of that turn. The switch out happened, so Fake Out didn't really even deny anything very, very huge just yet. But now we get a Nasty Plot. Maybe this is going to be the big thing for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, so the Nasty Plot going up, and you would have to assume that the Rillaboom is faster on Joseph's side of the field than Tommy's Incineroar, so possibly going to be able to just go for a Fake Out here and possibly go for another Nasty Plot or go on the offensive. I really wouldn't be shocked to see another Nasty Plot go up, especially with that Grassy Seed, not fearing any damage that Rillaboom wants to go for.
Yeah, this Incineroar doesn't even have, like, Flare Blitz or anything like that, so it's not even threatening super effective damage at all right now either.
Yeah. Joseph will have to be careful, though, because of the Incineroar's Ghost Terra. It could easily whiff with that Fake Out, so he is going to have to be careful. Although, as you said, there's no Flare Blitz, and Knockoff is going to do reduced damage, not just because of the Grassy Seed having activated and raised the defense, but because Goldengo no longer has an item to be knocked off. So it is going to be doing half the damage you would normally see. And Arcanine comes out and he's going to drop those stats even lower with Intimidate. So Joseph putting himself in a commanding position to get this Goldengo rolling.
This is also going to be another nasty plot coming from this Goldengo. That is incredibly threatening now. And we did see the speed tiers too. Goldengo going before both Incineroar and this here Rillaboom. So that's actually pretty strong right now. But oh, there goes the knockoff as we predicted. Not enough damage to even really threaten it in the next turn either. So next turn, Goldengo's going to be able to hit a very powerful Let It Rain. Or Make It Rain.
So Arcanine poised to ship this Incineroar into that Make It Rain range, most likely. Or if the Goldengo goes in first, knock it into range with the Make It Rain to be knocked out by Rock Slide, so long as that connects. But Joseph doing a very good job in this beginning of the game to A, take advantage of Tommy's Grassy Seed immediately, or Grassy Surge rather. But, you know, being prepped even with his own Rillaboom in the back, just making those pivots to get in a better defensive position and setting this Goldengo up to do massive damage. And I can't imagine Tommy has anything that really wants to switch in here. Nothing on his team other than Basculegion resists it, and even then it's going to be weak to that Shadow Ball. Not to mention the fact that at +4, that Make It Rain is going to do enormous damage.
Which is why I'm a little interested in what the Tyranitar coming in. But hey, Sandstream does boost the defensive abilities of a Tyranitar, right? It is a rock type, so it will have an increased special defense to maybe weather through this Make It Rain. But it's +4, dude. That's going to be a very big money drop.
Absolutely. So we see a Flare Blitz coming out from the Arcanine into the Rillaboom. That's going to be the one-hit KO. Whatever the Goldengo goes for right here, probably that Make It Rain is going to be single target now. I'm kind of surprised that we did not see Tommy go for a Terra Fire
that's
on that
money,
Rillaboom.
baby! That's money!
That's huge. So had Rillaboom gone for a Terra Fire there, I'm not sure if it would have survived the Flare Blitz and the +4 Make It Rain. But I imagine he was expecting the Rock Slide there
For sure.
and didn't think he needed to go for the Terra, or rather it would have put him in a worse spot. But either way, I think Joseph, again, has put himself in the perfect position to just win this one out from here. It all depends on what this Basculegion can do. If it can get enough damage off with its 150 base power Last Respects at this point.
Yeah, Last Respects would be the winning answer for us. And Fake Out can stop Goldengo from doing something, but then you're just kind of leaving that Arcanine to do whatever it wants. It can click whatever move it so desires. Well, to be fair, it's not going to be threatening Basculegion too crazily, right? But it will do a significant damage to Incineroar if it tries to go for a rock move. But I don't know, it's looking really dicey for Tommy. He's going to have to make an incredible play right now.
Yeah, and even here, even with that Fake Out pressure, Goldengo can just go for a Protect. Arcanine can also go for a Protect, or switch out into something like Rillaboom and get Fake Out pressure up.
Back to square one.
Or better yet, Grassy Glide pressure into the Rillaboom.
True. Yeah, there's just too many options on the opposite side of the field right now. Joseph is in a, there goes the Protect, just as you said. Will we see the double Protect here?
We very well
No,
could, but
okay.
I assume Joseph has identified that Basculegion, if it goes into the Arcanine here, isn't going to be getting a lot done. Even if Arcanine goes down here, which it does, this allows Joseph to bring in the Pokemon that he wants to better deal with these Pokemon.
Yes.
I think that Grassy Terrain is going to expire this turn, so I don't believe Rillaboom can come in and click Grassy Glide, but I could be wrong. I could be miscounting the turns. It could be the last turn of Grassy Terrain. Next turn, which it looks to be, I have miscounted. I believe that's 4. I should be using a notebook.
Sometimes notebooks are necessary, even for taking notes during the match. Yeah, you get the open team sheet, but sometimes you need a little bit of memory. There goes the Alolan Ninetales coming in instead. Wow, how interesting. It does have access to Aurora Veil, as we said before. Icy Wind Encore, which can be debilitating in this moment. And it does have access to Blizzard, too. Now, that Blizzard's going to be able to hit both of them for, like, it won't miss, but it's not going to be crazy damage coming from those Alolan Ninetales. So I'm assuming it's going to be putting up an Aurora Veil just to really pad out this Goldengo survivability.
Absolutely. I'm surprised that we didn't see Joseph go into the Rillaboom there, especially knowing that this Incineroar is not carrying any fire moves. It was pretty safe to just come in and go for Grassy Glide, especially that Basculegion can't go for a Protect. Maybe just wanting to, as you said, get that Aurora Veil up, knowing that Golden Go is going to go down this turn, and allow Rillaboom to do more in the back. But again, without that Flare Blitz, the Ninetales is pretty free to just sit there and not deal with any damage, knowing that the Incineroar is only going to be able to do Dark-type damage to it.
There goes the knockoff. Nothing. Pretty negligible in terms of damage. Being very careful not to power up the last respects either was a great play here. And now you'll be able to bring in the Rillaboom and reactivate that grassy terrain as well. So we will be able to click a priority move this turn.
Yep. So just wanting to get the maximum amount of turns from this Grassy Glide, or Grassy Terrain, in case the Grassy Glide does not KO here and Ninetales is able to hang on, or the Rillaboom is able to hang on from this last respects, because it is going to be hard for, both teams to blast through one another. Incineroar not able to do a ton of damage to the Ninetales or the Rillaboom with its Dark move, and neither of these Pokemon really able to do huge damage to an Incineroar. Although I do believe that this Rillaboom does have high horsepower, so it is going to be able to hit it super effectively. And I forgot that Tommy actually does still have access to Terra on this turn. It is going to get pretty interesting here as we are going to see the turn play out in just 5 seconds, Naeem.
Yeah, maybe Basculegion is enough to take out the rest of this game. It has a lot on its shoulders, but hey, it's not like they can do a huge amount of threatening damage back in return. Joseph's team is looking a little weaker on the side. It's more defensive, more tanky. But it's just going to come down to what this Rillaboom can do. It's just going to be a fake out into the Incineroar. That's going to be last respects here. Ninetales, okay, it weathers through. Okay, big blizzard.
Ooh.
Oh, that calls out the Grass Terra too.
Yep.
That's huge damage. Oh, well, Ninetales is actually in a great spot now.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that Aurora Veil and thanks to the snow, Ninetales able to take that pretty comfortably. Possibly just wanting to go for 2 Protects here, or Protect on Ninetales and just get some HP back so it can survive the next last respects coming in.
I really do feel like Joseph had a commanding lead throughout this first round, at least. But Tommy could possibly still squeak out a win. If we can get a knockout on this Ninetales with last respects, maybe we can get a 2v1 situation, but it's a Rillaboom. That wood power is gonna hurt.
Yeah. Not to mention the high horsepower that can go into the Incineroar.
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking pretty good for Joseph, I'd say, but I would not count Tommy out here by any stretch of the imagination with the power of those last respects. And it is going into the Ninetales, and it is enough for the KO there.
Nice.
If Rillaboom can pick up the KO on the Basculegion this turn, that will seal it. But no, instead targeting the Incineroar with the high horsepower, knockoff going into the Rillaboom. And now that last respects is looking to be able to pave the way to a win for Tommy.
So much for having control. Right now, it's crumbling apart. All the plants are falling through. And Basculegion just needs to click last respects one more time. Grassy Glide on a grass Pokemon, that's not going to do enough.
No, not even close. And that last respects, very, very powerful at this point. Going to be able to get one, and absolutely, drum beating going to go into that slot is not enough for the KO even. Dropping that speed, and I honestly imagine that based on how most Basculegions are trained versus how most Rillabooms are trained, that Basculegion is still going to be faster after the Scarf is nullified, essentially. Yes. Ooh. It's not looking good. I mean, that parting shot last turn may have given this Rillaboom just enough HP to survive, because now that Aurora Veil is down, and high
No way! You hate to see it! No way! The whiff, dude.
I mean, if you want to hit, I think Rillaboom gets Stomping Tantrum, but that's not the way you want to go out. I mean,
Yo, that's
Joseph,
so unfortunate. Oh my gosh.
Joseph had a very commanding lead, but what I will say is he didn't bring the right Pokemon to surround Golden Go to handle it just sweeping through the team. You know, that Basculegion is a Pokemon that was going to be able to outspeed it and likely get a KO on it.
Yeah.
And I don't think Joseph properly covered going all in on that Golden Go mode.
Yeah, and honestly, he was looking good. He was in a great spot for the duration of that match. It really just came down to that last 50-50. Well, I guess 90%, right?
95.
95. Oh, man. Critical miss. I'd be so sick right now.
I
would be so sick, bro.
I think both players kind of know what they need to do in order to win this one.
Yeah.
Tommy. Oh my God, I almost said Tony. Takara Tomy. Tommy here, knowing that the Basculegion is a big threat into Joseph's team. Nothing on the team can resist that Ghost type move.
Yeah, the last respects, man.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have an Incineroar. I mean, not that Incineroar wants to see Basculegion very often.
True. That's true.
But that does make it difficult. And Joseph, on the other hand, I think Golden Go is still the way to go through this one. But definitely going to need something else to continue that pressure. Maybe that Dragonite with the Tailwind, with the Scale Shot could be a good idea. Sneasler, probably not. I would think that the Dragonite coming over the Ninetales would be the adjustment, because we did see every other Pokemon do quite a bit of work in that game.
Interesting change here, Tommy, going for the Volcarona into this round. How interesting. You're up a game. Might as well try to get something out of it, right? Throw the opponent off. They already saw that you were successful in the very first round. But now, hey, let's mix it up a little bit. Tyranitar didn't quite do what I wanted it to do, right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
So we see a huge switch up here as Arcanine and the the Sneasler hit the field, and Incineroar and Volcarona hit the field. So a fire lead for both of these trainers. Triple fire lead even, as the White Herb is going to activate on that Sneasler, activating its Unburden ability and resetting its attack back to neutral.
Very nice, very nice. Now, I think Sneasler is just one of the best Pokemon in the format right now. It's so strong. And you really have to pay attention to that Dire Hit and see where it goes. Excuse me, Dire Hit, Dire Claw. Dire Hit's the item. But Dire Claw is just so...
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous in terms of RNG. You don't want to see Sleep. Poison's like, okay, taking extra chip every turn is annoying, but I don't want to see Sleep.
Yeah, no. So right here, Volcarona could just go for, well, Volcarona, ugh.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
Let me reanalyze this one, because I was going to say neither of these Pokemon from Joseph's side, well, both of these Pokemon on Joseph's side are very good into that Volcarona, but I don't know. I'm trying to think through all my thoughts. Volcarona's not safe. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, there is a rocket type on the opposite side getting coached right now. So we're going to see a very, very big rock move right now. Rock Slide going to hit both of these guys for a lot of damage. Oh, it's a KO. Goodbye, Volcarona.
I am shocked by what I just saw. A Volcarona staying in against a rock type, not going for that Terra.
Right. I thought the Terra was going to happen.
Not going for the fake out.
What's happening?
And just instantly, Tommy losing one of his main offensive pieces immediately.
Immediately. And now this...
Immediately.
I don't know. Like, I guess you do get a powered up option here in the form of Basculegion in the last respects by one. But that was a tough call. That was a very tough call.
You certainly get that. But, I mean, this Arcanine at +1 defense, and with that Terra available to it, and +1 attack, and the Sneasler unable to be faked out now, I could easily see just another coaching, a protect from that Arcanine, and then, well, Terra's not on the table. I misspoke.
Right.
So Arcanine probably going to have to switch out here.
Arcanine most likely will switch because we're looking at Basculegion with a Snarf now, right? So we don't want to take unnecessary damage. We want our Arcanine to be healthy, and we could always pivot right into our green grass gorilla.
We could do that. But this Sneasler easily could just fish for something funny on the Basculegion, knowing that it could be its last turn out on the field. Rillaboom gonna be hitting here, getting up that grassy surge, and we do not see the Arcanine switch out this turn. It is going to be a protect from the Sneasler. I'd be shocked to see the Arcanine go for a move here.
Okay, it goes
That is
protect.
not protect.
Okay.
I meant an attack, as we are going to see the last respects. So now, Joseph getting that information that he is relatively safe to stay in with Arcanine here, knowing
Yes.
he's not going to be
Yes.
taking a water-type attack.
Exactly.
Although, you know, obviously going to be able to get faked out, take that grass damage, could take a last respects, but only being powered up by an additional 50 base power for a total of 100. Not going to be doing the most
It's
amount
good
of
damage.
damage.
It's
Oh,
good damage.
definitely good. But at +1 defense from that coaching and Sneasler not being able to be faked out, it's a dicey spot for Tommy here.
Sneasler can be one-hit knocked out. It doesn't have something like a Focus Sash, and it is Ghost right now. So it is threatening Sneasler. And a fake out, that's a great call, going right into the Arcanine that will stop it from attacking this turn. Coaching is a wasted move. That was an excellent turn for Tommy, because this is going to do huge damage going into that Sneasler if that's where it went, and it looks like it did. Goodbye, Sneasler.
Yeah, so Sneasler off the board, but I actually think that's more or less what Joseph wanted. He's playing this game where Arcanine is the strong attacker into Tommy's team, and Basculegion would have to get off the field at this point and be able to use a water move if he wants to get through this Arcanine.
Yeah, Arcanine.
Yes, the Rillaboom does have high horsepower, but not going to be able to outspeed an Arcanine, as we already saw.
Yep.
And Basculegion locked into that last respects against a +2 attack, +2 defense Arcanine doesn't look great for it.
Even the coaching, right? The coaching going through Protect probably was a calculated move.
Yeah.
Now my Arcanine's still stronger, still pretty decently fast, and you can try to go for this last respects into my Goldango. Sure, I'm going to probably protect this turn and then just drop another Rock Slide for huge damage.
Yeah. I wouldn't even be shocked to see a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom here, just to prevent a high horsepower from coming out. And Goldango also hitting the field, getting that +1 defense. I'm not sure if an adaptability last respects at this point is enough to take out that Goldango. I wouldn't be shocked if it was. I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't.
Well, we do have Fake Out in play right now thanks to our Rillaboom, but I do think Basculegion coming out is the right idea. We do see that he locked in a choice to switch out to Incineroar and bring Basculegion back in, because without it hitting a water move right now, you're not going to be doing too much. Thankfully, we already saw the confirmed terrestrialization on Joseph's side, so we know that they can't go for something like another grass typing to try to resist the wave crashes from Basculegion. So it looks like it might lock into that move coming up.
Okay. And it is just a Rock Slide coming out from Arcanine. There is a chance that if this high horsepower connects, it is going to do a ton of damage to this Arcanine. But the Make It Rain from Goldango is going to come out first. Is it enough with that single targeting to take out the Rillaboom? It is. Holding that Miracle Seed, not the Assault Vest, is going to spell doom for Rillaboom, although likely would have already been down. And now this Basculegion has to lock into a single move. Can Last Respects pick up the Arcanine is the question. Or do you have to lock into Wave Crash, and at that point, you're not able to take out the Goldango, which is at +1 defense, without a critical hit.
Here's the scariest thing. We still don't know what that last Pokemon is for Joseph here. Now, that being scary is two reasons. It could be Rillaboom. So if we do lock in Wave Crash and they bring out a Rillaboom, I'm definitely losing. So maybe we lock in Last Respects. It's at maximum power right now.
Yep.
We have it all full up. But the problem with that is it's only hitting one Pokemon on the other side. So you really are in an interesting dilemma here if you're Tommy.
Yeah, I think at this point, Tommy needs a critical hit and
Yes.
probably would have to lock in Last Respects, assuming that that last Pokemon is Rillaboom. But Joseph here just going for a double protect, seeing what Tommy wants to go for, sees the Wave Crash, and can easily play around what it wants to go for here. Might be able to just switch the Arcanine out, but I mean, Arcanine doesn't necessarily need to switch out. You know, if it switches out, it's just going to get knocked out by Make It Rain later on. It's actually better off staying in right now.
Yeah. I think there's just not much you can do in this situation if you're Tommy. We revealed we have Wave Crash. Wave Crash damages yourself, if I remember correctly, as
Oh, yeah.
well. So you're whittling down your only viable Pokemon left. I really think Last Resort was the right call here.
Yeah. So we are going to see the terastallization from Tommy's side. A last resorts from this last Respector. Going for that Grass Terra, the beautiful Flower Crystal on its head. But we are going to see what Joseph does. If he goes for a Rock Slide and misses the KO or misses the move, I wouldn't be shocked. But with adaptability, through that +2 defense is going to be plenty when it's 4 times super effective against Arcanine. Basculegion losing quite a bit of HP. Gholdengo going for the Shadow Ball here.
Oh, nice.
At -1 is still doing a good chunk of damage. And again, that Gholdengo is at +1 defense. And this Wave Crash is not going to be doing nearly as much damage. As you said, Naeem, the Rillaboom is going to come in. And you want to tell me what's about to go down?
Yeah, what's about to go down is a bit of a mess, actually. So you have 2 moves that you can just punish this Basculegion with. Shadow Ball on one side, and of course your Rillaboom does have access to High Horsepower or Drum Beating, Grassy Glide. So it has a few ways. It can even fake out right now.
Yes,
It can
sir.
fake out, go for that, and get damage in twice. There's not much you can really do in the situation. There is a chance.
The chances that Joseph accidentally attacks his own Pokemon several times over.
Oh, but hey, survival!
Survival for one more turn, as Basculegion only able to target down one of these Pokemon. You know, if it did have that spread Heat Wave and it was boosted by the adaptability and it was Terrafire, maybe I'd say there's a chance. But none of those things are true, as we do see a fish out of water here. Going to be going down. Joseph and Tommy are going to be going to a Game 3. And let's break down what happened in that match, right?
Oh, I can
Turn
tell you
one-
exactly what happened.
Yeah.
The fish went on land and it was grass type. You don't do that with a fish.
No.
What do you
Unless you're I don't know, what are the ones that go on land? I don't know. They're called Swampert,
Oh,
Mudkip or
yeah.
something. But no, we saw an immediate lead of Volcarona, and Tommy kind of challenged it and said, you led an Arcanine into my Volcarona. Most players would think, okay, maybe I need to play around a switch here. But Joseph's just saying, if you let me go for this, there's not much punishment to a Rock Slide here. You know, Rock, one of the best offensive typings in the game.
Yes.
Just I think the only type in the game that has more Pokemon it hits super effectively than it does resist Rock.
Yes. Yes.
So a very, very strong lead, and Tommy just saying, I don't really have a way out of this. And I think we'll likely see the Volcarona get left at home, if not played a lot differently
Very
going
differently.
into this Game 3.
I really feel like a Terra should have been the right call at the beginning, because if it was at least Fairy typing, it wouldn't have been exited out of the game like that immediately. And maybe it could have done something a little bit more. But
Not immediately, but the issue with that was with the Sneasler lead,
yeah.
you're going to Terra Fairy. The next turn, you're just going to go for Dire
Dire
Claw
Claw.
and get knocked out. And I think what's really being shown off by Joseph, especially in that Game 2, was how powerful the Clear Amulet is
Yes.
on the Arcanine.
Yes.
Being able to switch moves unlike Choice Band. You know, after an Intimidate, Choice Band is essentially nullified, and Clear Amulet at that point is just a better item.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are going to see Joseph lead off with his 2 offensive powerhouses, and Tommy leading off with a Pokemon we haven't seen in this match yet, the Dragonite.
Yes, I do think Dragonite is a very good choice to come in. It has that multi-scale. It allows him to be a little bit more flexible with what his other Pokemon does. We can go for a flip turn just to check this Arcanine real quick. But meanwhile, Dragonite can do something like Scale Shot. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens next.
Absolutely. And we haven't seen this Arcanine terrastallize yet, but we do know that it is the Terra Water, which would be a fantastic time to just go for it right here. Go for that Terra Water, resist that potential flip turn coming in, and if it's a Last Respects, okay, it's a 50 base power Ghost move, it's not that strong. And we could easily see the Dragonite go down from the Arcanine and the Gholdengo very, very quickly. And we'll get you seeing that match very soon. No, not that one. No, Marsh. We're going to get you the game real quick. Main overlay 2. and then press transition. Press transition. Press the transition button. We're radio hosts right now.
Yeah,
we
mean,
should
we
have
can
been
do
paying
this
attention to
acapella.
that.
We can do this acapella. Okay, wait.
Andrew,
so those
press
at home-
transition. No.
Oh, okay, we're here.
Ah!
Wow, we did it. We're alive.
All right. So what has happened so far? Bastion
agree.
Legion clicked flip turn into one of the
Arcanine?
slots. The Hisuian Arcanine switched out for Rillaboom on this turn, got the Golden Ghost Grassy Seed activated, and the flip turn looks like it went into the Rillaboom slot.
Okay.
As Golden
Okay.
Go, yes, Golden Go went for the nasty plot, and Dragonite goes for the
Tailwind.
Tailwind.
Now, Tailwind is huge here. Tailwind is, in the last few games, all of our Pokemon were slower, and we were really suffering to Arcanine because of that.
We-
We were getting.
Tommy. I'm not Tommy.
Oh, I'm saying we, but whatever. Tommy, yes, it happened to Tommy, but we are Tommy.
We are Tommy.
But yes, the Rock Slide was doing us a lot of damage to our Tommy's team here. So going for this Tailwind now puts us in a position where we can outspeed and start putting damage in our own pace, in our setting. Fake Out's going to go ahead and distract the Dragonite and break multi-scale, very important. That might become up later. Horsepower going into Goldengo.
Ooh.
A little over half, not bad damage at all, I gotta say. But Shadow Ball, what is this gonna do?
At +2, it is not enough for the knockout. And we do see that Grassy Seed paying dividends here, not even doing half to the Golden Go. And after the grassy terrain, not in range for another high horsepower, I would have to assume, unless that Dragonite wants to go for the scale shot. But the opposing Rillaboom easily could go for a Grassy Glide here. And even though 4 times resisted by Dragonite, wouldn't be shocked if that was enough for the KO.
You know, I'm a little surprised Dragonite doesn't have something like normal terrestrialization and going for extreme speeds. Like, I kind of figured that was like a Dragonite staple, but hey, you know, Haze is not a bad move either.
Yeah, without that Qian Pao and Regulation H, definitely
true.
tough for Dragonite to justify using it. And that Scale Shot Haze Tailwind moveset has just taken over as this supportive Pokemon that can, you know, get that one shot on Sneasler through the potential Focus Sashes, get Tailwind up, Haze against Ondozo, Haze against Golden Go. But the high horsepower going into the Golden Go, yes, we were correct. It was not enough, as the Make It Rain is going to hit the field. And by field, I mean just Rillaboom. Without the Assault Vest, isn't enough for the one-hit KO. It is Naeem. Ring the bell.
Ding ding. That's a one-hit knockout here, baby. Oh yeah, that Goldengo is definitely looking very strong. I mean, I believe that it got reduced back to normal just now because that's the second time we clicked Make It Rain.
No, we saw a Shadow Ball
Shadow
first
Ball,
time
yes, we
into
did.
Dragonite, so is it +1 still?
Yes.
But so is that Bastion Legion's last respects count, as it may want to switch in here.
Bastion Legion coming in here is not bad. I kind of like it, actually. It will threaten Goldengo to finish it off at least. You can go flip turn into that slot and then position yourself for a Tyranitar to come back in. I'm not sure what we're going to do about the monkey problem, though.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
Okay, going right into
Okay.
Tyranitar instead is interesting choice here. It does have that increased special defense from the Sandstorm, but it is still a +1 Make It Rain. And I'm not sure if that Tailwind makes it speedy enough to go before Goldango.
Yeah. So what I am seeing here is, I mean, I don't think Terra's been used by either side. I know that this Tyranitar is Terra Flying, so it would put it in a good spot against these two opposing Pokemon. But with the Arcanine Hisuian for me in the back, not probably going to want to commit to that, and probably going to want to save the Terra Grass for the Bastion Legion and back again, as we are going to see a switch out here into the Arcanine, getting off that Intimidate onto these two physical attackers. Again, Arcanine's Intimidates have been doing a ton in this set. And against Tommy's team, nothing wants to be in when Intimidate comes out. As the only special attacker on the entire team is that Volcarona, which we saw get one-hit KO'd on turn 1 of game 2, and not come back to the set.
You finally see the locked-in Terra for Tommy here, going for the flying with Tyranitar, Protect coming out for Dragonite, and now it's going to be up to this Tyranitar to do something. Oh, no, okay, guess not. Goldango going for Protect here as well.
Yeah, so we are going to see a Terra Blast come out from this Tyranitar going into what was the Rillaboom slot. Going to do a paltry amount of damage into this Arcanine after the Intimidate, and with the typings there, not nearly enough to get through this Arcanine, as Tailwind is set to expire either this turn or the next.
I think it is this turn, yeah, and now this Arcanine's in pristine positioning because it's looking at 2 flying types on the opposite side of the field now. And I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter for Dragonite, who's so low on HP anyway. But this Tyranitar looking a little unsafe.
Yeah, Tyranitar doesn't often look like a prey animal. But right now, in front of Arcanine, it's looking like a
poodle.
A crunchy snack.
A rock candy.
A biscuit.
Oh, yeah, that's...
A Lumiose galette, if you will. Maybe even a big malasada.
Maybe even a croissant.
A what?
A croissant?
Yeah, true. We're going to see Arcanine go for the Terra here into the Terra Water. If this Tyranitar is to survive a Rock Slide, not going to want to take rock damage back, as we are going to see Arcanine go for the Rock Slide, missing the Dragonite, unfortunately. And Make It Rain from Goldengo at +1 is not enough to take out this Tyranitar, just hanging on with 2 HP. And we will see what it can get accomplished this turn, if anything at all. Rock Slide coming out is going to miss the Goldengo and do, again, a measly amount of damage to that Arcanine after the Intimidate. And the Sandstream chip, now that the Tyranitar is a flying type,
takes itself out.
Bye-bye, Tyranitar.
Very rare occurrence to see a Tyranitar taken out by its own ability, but this is the game for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting thing, too, because the other sand-based abilities, Sand Rush, Sand Veil, and Sand...
Burial?
The Sand Power-Up one. The one that... Sand Force.
Sand Force, Sand Force.
I'll give you an immunity to the Sandstorm. And, oh, Basculegion is the last Pokemon on the field. Against a Rillaboom in the back, no Terra at its disposal. That's going to be game for Joseph, so long as he does not click the wrong targets. And by wrong targets, I mean his own Pokemon. So Joseph playing this one really, really well. Seeing what Pokemon worked to break through Tommy's team, and utilizing his resources and conserving them such that Basculegion couldn't just sweep
Hold on.
through.
I think you counted your buckets in that basket too early.
No, I did not.
You don't think so?
No, we got Grassy Glide.
Oh, we got Grassy Glide. We got Grassy Glide.
We got Grassy Glide.
We got
We're
Grassy Glide
fine.
at home. We're
So
good.
long as Joseph clicks the Grassy Glide button and targets the Basculegion, and Arcanine's able to hit a move. If I was Joseph, I would be cooking Flare Blitz at this point. Because you just need to hit a second move after this Grassy Glide, if you even need a second move at all. But Joseph playing this one really, really well. I think after game 1, recognizing exactly how he needed to play it. And props to Tommy as well, utilizing this Basculegion to the max. You know, that game 2, turn 1, taking a really big risk that did not pay off. And in this game 2, just
even with the double miss, we still can't get the KO.
Hey!
As the Sandstorm will take out the Basculegion. So that factor was still covered very well by Joseph, despite missing both Rock Slides, by the way.
Both Rock Slides and a high horsepower in the first game for the loss. You know. An unfortunate roll of the dice for Joseph a few times there, but still overcoming it, just outplaying Tommy's team with a very, very strong Hisuian Arcanine and Goldengo combo.
Yeah, that Arcanine put in so much work for Joseph there. It was just remarkable. In each game, not just the first, second, each game, it provided so much value for him. And it got him the win at the end.
It had the defenses with that Intimidate, had the offensive with that Rock Slide and that Flare Blitz. Arcanine definitely the MVP for Joseph in that set.
Absolutely, and that's going to be it for us for round 3. We're going to head off, but stay tuned because we will be coming right back with more battles and more action. So we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Well, I was trying to figure it out because I was like, it's like right and left. Yeah, but it says this is the right side. Okay, Jake Maker. Oh, I'll kill you. Okay, no, what is...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm pretty crackly right now, which I don't love.
I. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Jared's also crackly, so it may be
Yeah.
just the headphones. It may not be the mic.
I also I hear myself correctly and I also correct.
Ooh. Can I hear myself? Maybe actually I can't hear anybody.
Oh, hello. Oh my.
Oh, shit. Wait, hold on.
What the hell?
Whatever just happened, then I could hear you.
I don't know.
But
That was
yeah.
weird. Back to round 4 of today's Balance Patch League Cup. We're back in the hot seat. Welcome back, Jute. Welcome back, myself. Thank you, myself. Coming into round number 4, we've got a little bit of more interesting matchup incoming. Two 2-1 players, so they're still definitely in this, but have a little bit of the pressure of being down a game or down a set. But really interesting teams coming out. We're seeing Hisuian Zoroark into a Tyranitar-based team, and then kind of back to the basics. And we're seeing Electabuzz for the first time on stream.
Absolutely, and taking a look at that Hisuian Zoroark team, piloted by Brian McQueen, this is definitely the showstopper, that we have on stream right now. It's your Tyranitar, Excadrill, Swords Dance, Focus Sash, Excadrill with the Terra Ground Earthquake, just doing so much damage. You've also got your Power Herb Glamora, your Choice Scarf Hisuian Zoroark. There are so many underused Pokemon in this format, and so many Pokemon that can just do so much damage.
Yeah, and not to mention that they all have some pretty decent chemistry with each other. Rock type's not taking any of that chip damage from Sandstorm. Sand Rush in here as well. And Hisuian Zoroark out here is such a weird mon to have in this team, but I just have like a weird feeling this Stellar Terra Hyper Voice is going to do some massive damage into Shane Vogel's team. That's going to pop straight up into here. Ursaluna, Blood Moon, Sneasler, the two big hitters of this format. Dragonite, as we've seen a couple of times so far today, with Rillaboom and Volcarona on that support. Actually, sorry, this one's a little bit more of the that defensive, that Fairy Terra over there, into like the Quiver Dances, into the Terra Blast Heat Wave, doing a lot more damage. And then the guy who made a lot of waves when this regulation first started, it's that Follow Me Eviolite Electabuzz.
Yep, the Electabuzz and Magmar regaining Follow Me access in Generation 9. Huge boosts for both of those two in terms of usage in this format. And the interesting pieces with this Electabuzz, a lot of times you don't see them running this Protect. A move that can stall out an additional turn in-game and can give you a little bit more leeway when it comes to making mind games against your opponent. The thing that I'm looking at with Shane's team is, of course, that Ursaluna Blood Moon, though. We already saw on stream against a Tyranitar, Sand build, that Ursaluna Blood Moon can be very strong, and of course, ground-type damage in general is extremely potent into Brian's team. That being said, Brian does have quite a few options to deal with this Ursaluna Blood Moon. There's low kick on Tyranitar, there's close combat on Flamigo, there is not Energy Ball on this Glamora, but there is Giga Drain on the Amoonguss.
Yep.
That I'm curious to see how much damage that would do to an Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah, especially because Ursaluna Blood Moon is the Ursaluna that's a little less bulky on that special defensive end, but still makes up for it for the massive special attack stat, and especially spouting that Life Orb, you're looking at massive damage unless you set something up like Tyranitar with the Assault Vest plus the special defense boost from Sandstorm. Everything else, though, that's taking a lot of damage, especially the frail Pokemon that are the many, many, many attackers in this format.
Oh yeah, and even just looking at what we got on our screen right now, there's not a ton of bulk to be seen between these two teams. You do have the multi-scale on the Dragonite for Shane's side. You do have an Amoonguss that is going to be quite bulky, as well as the Assault Vest Tyranitar for Brian. But generally speaking, the Pokemon that these two players are going to want to rely on in this matchup really don't have the greatest defensive utility. I'm excited to see which player is going to be able to push the advantage early, get that speed control. There's Tailwind on both sides. There's Sand Stream and Sand Rush on Brian's side. A lot of options to move first in this matchup. And starting out, we've got the Rillaboom and Ursaluna Blood Moon for Shane next to or across from the Tyranitar and Flamigo on Brian's side.
And we're going to say it a little bit quietly, but you will notice that actually is the Hisuian Zoroark coming out here instantly. So, game plan differs very differently between that Zoroark and the Flamigo, because the Flamigo is running that covert cloak, so most likely not going to get hit by that fake out in here. But again, you're probably thinking that this is the Flamigo, who is absolutely a risk to both these Pokemon with that super effective damage on Brave Bird and with most combat. So there might be a couple of switches in here, or Graxite.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for Brian's side, maybe would have preferred to have the Flamigo on the field here, being able to actually threaten the Rillaboom and the Ursaluna without forcing the Terastallization onto the Tyranitar. But as we've seen so often, the Tyranitar becomes a flying type. Ursaluna Blood Moon protects in the face of potential close combat, but no fake out coming out from Rillaboom. It's just going to eat up this Icy Wind from the Zoroark disguised as the Flamigo. Lowers Rillaboom's speed, should now allow the Rillaboom or the Tyranitar to outspeed the Rillaboom, but Low Kick comes out into the Ursaluna slot.
And that very, very well-timed protect did not take any damage from that big low kick there, but does not. That Tyranitar also Terastallize into the flying type, resisting the Wood Hammer even on that massive damage from the Grassy Terrain boost, but now does not have that special bulk that it gets from being in Sandstorm as a rock type.
Yeah, and honestly, the Tyranitar took a little bit more damage than I expected from that Wood Hammer. And becoming the flying type does not get the boost from the Grassy Terrain, the recovery at the end of the turn, whereas the Zoroark, disguised as a flying type, does get the Grassy Terrain recovery. It's interesting to see one flying type that's a real flying type, the other one just pretending to be it. I think it says a lot about the state of Pokemon with the two flying types we see on Brian's side of the field. But really, Brian is in the driver's seat here. It just comes down to which Pokemon he's going to prioritize to try to knock out. And Shane, seeing now that there is not a Flamigo on the other side, that really the Ursaluna Blood Moon is in a pretty decent position. It's going to take the low kick reasonably well, gets to Terastallize to become a normal type, and is going to be able to throw off a massive, massive attack, assuming this low kick does not come out, and it doesn't. The Terra Blast is just going to pick up this Rillaboom, it looks like.
Not to mention that Mind's Eye is still active, so this it could be a Hyper Voice here as well to do damage to both of them. And it's going to be Blood Moon straight out, and it's going to do a ton of damage towards this Tyranitar, who's going to take it out completely. Yeah, once you figure out that is not the Flamigo that is on the field, Blood Moon had a little bit more area to move with, because you either had to single strike one of them for that extra damage. The other one is hitting somebody home.
Oh, absolutely. And then, now as for Shane's side, this, Flamigo, in air quotes, is locked into Icy Wind. Does not really threaten all that much damage on this Ursaluna Blood Moon, and especially not on this Volcarona that just switches in. You can kind of just leave it alone and really focus down the partner, which is going to be now the real Flamigo.
I want somebody to screenshot this and just be like, what's going on here? Looks like somebody's pool in the great state of Florida. There's just flamingos everywhere.
Yeah, it's usually requires a Ditto on the field to see multiple of the same Pokemon on the same side, but having this Hisuian Zoroark, two Flamingos staring down a Volcarona and an Ursaluna, and again, it's really just the real Flamigo that is the issue this turn. Granted, with the Icy Wind support from the Hisuian Zoroark, this Flamigo does have the opportunity to really just pick which KO it wants to take.
Now we see a little bit of a switch from that Volcarona into that Electabuzz. Completely now, Flamigo is unable to pick up those big hits into Ursaluna with close combat. And if they try to Brave Bird, Electabuzz is taking resisted damage here.
Yeah, the Icy Wind comes out though. We did see a Wide Guard from the Flamigo, so no Hyper Voice damage on either one of Brian's Pokemon. Brian really choosing to take a step off the gas pedal that turn, just content for the Icy Wind chip damage onto both of those Pokemon, and not wanting to take the Hyper Voice or the Heat Wave, knowing that those are really the only attacking options that are going to come out into these two Pokemon from Shane's side.
And now we get into this next turn of, is there going to be a Tailwind? Is it going to be a close combat to try to limit this Electabuzz being on the field for as long as we can? Shane is in a fantastic position here because Electabuzz has a lot of options here. You can either redirect all these attacks and just keep firing off until you get a knockout. You can try to taunt somebody to try to get something out of here. It looks like there's going to be a switch off of the H Zoro into Glimmora. And you have to wonder, is Shane going to punish this extremely hard?
Yeah, you have to imagine it's going to be something like a Follow Me and either a Hyper Voice or a Blood Moon this turn from this Ursaluna. The Flamigo, clicking close combat, goes into the Electabuzz, doing just a little bit over half of its HP in damage, dropping the Flamigo's defenses, and this Blood Moon, if it goes into this Flamigo, I'd imagine would knock out many, many Flamigos.
Yeah.
With the Terra Normal, Life Orb boost, defense drop on the Flamigo, and now Brian's down to his final 2 Pokemon.
And that's just how consistent Electabuzz is in this format. The moment that it hit the field, it instantly became a deterrent to 3 different ways that that Brian could play this. And unfortunately, sometimes that's the way that limits your thinking. You are like, oh, I gotta think about this, gotta think about this, gotta think about that, and then they just don't really care. I'm gonna click my Follow Me, and you're gonna do nothing about it.
Yeah, and now 2 fairly low health Pokemon staring down the Hisuian Zoroark and Glimmora. Both should be faster, I would imagine, than both the Pokemon on Shane's side. The tricky part, though, is this Glimmora only has single target attacks. So unless the Hisuian Zoroark is able to knock out the Electabuzz this turn, this Ursaluna is still going to be able to get another attack off. And if it gets another attack, likely will pick up at least 1 more KO.
Yeah, not to mention that the Terra has been burned on this side as well for Brian. So, clicking the Follow Me again, putting that finger in the air, waving it around. Not Metronome this time, though. Hyper Voice is going to come out and just not pick up that KO. That Meteor Beam most likely is going to take out the Electabuzz, but Ursaluna is still going strong on the field here. Does get the Power Herb activation, and Meteor Beam is going to finally get rid of this Electabuzz.
Yeah, Brian utilizing the one-time item of the Power Herb for that Meteor Beam, giving him the special attack boost on the Glimmora just in time to get fainted by the Earth Power coming out from Ursaluna on the other side. The good news for Brian is that the Ursaluna was put into range of its Life Orb recoil by the Hyper Voice, so you now do have this 1v1 with the faster Hisuian Zoroark staring down the Volcarona. And the question is Hyper Voice going to be enough damage into this Volcarona?
I would not be surprised if it isn't. Volcarona is one of those Pokemon that has a pretty much higher special defensive stat than regular defensive stat.
Oh,
Using
certainly.
my app to make sure, just so I'm not misrepresenting the data, but much higher special bulk than it has physical bulk, and it's already scarfed into Hyper Voice. Probably would want to be maybe into Shadow Ball, trying to get those special defense drops, but you're just gonna get Quiver Dance directly in your face.
Yeah.
And this most likely is going to be that.
Yes, the Quiver Dance coming out from Shane's side likely still going to be slower, and it confirmed is then the Hisuian Zoroark as Heat Wave comes out, and the critical hit is going to be enough to pick up the 1-hit knockout for Shane's Volcarona. I am very curious to see what would have happened if the critical hit did not land on that turn.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if single target +1 Hyper Voice is enough to pick up Hisuian Zoroark. I think it may have been close.
Yeah.
And if it didn't, the Hisuian Zoroark looks like it would have been able to use Hyper Voice and pick up the Volcarona right after.
Yeah, that actually is a really curious question to see if that crit mattered. But regardless, Shane taking game 1.
Yeah, and regardless of the fortune that may have favored one of those 2 players at the end of that game, the Volcarona is still in a very strong position there. And really finding any room for Volcarona to breathe against a Sand team with 2 Rock types and a Flamigo is pretty impressive for Shane's side.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, is this going to be a different lead in here? Maybe committing to Flamigo, to the real Flamigo this time, instead of going with the H Zoroark. Because I believe you can manipulate the Pokemon that is seen on the illusion. If you slide it into slot 4, is always that Pokemon that gets copied. If like 1 copies 3, 2 copies 4, I believe.
Yes, the Hisuian Zark will always copy whichever Pokemon is listed last in the selected Pokemon order.
Oh, it's always the last.
It's always the last Pokemon in the order. We did also, shout out to our production team, just get confirmation that the Volcarona would have just about always KO'd, regardless, not regardless, but unless the Volcarona happened to be extraordinarily weak. If it was trained to have intentionally lowered special attack, would have always picked up the one-hit knockout on that Hisuian Zoroark. So the critical hit likely didn't matter there. But we are going to see now for Brian, this is the real Flamigo. This is the real Flamigo next to what looks like a Glamora staring down the Ursaluna Blood Moon and Dragonite on Shane's side.
Yeah, I just can't help but feel that again, it feels like you might have been in a better position if you had sent Glamora out instead of the Zoroark lead again. Because at this point, Glamora tearing onto most likely it most likely is grass, correct? Yeah. Tearing onto a grass type in this position, especially with a Dragonite that doesn't have a flying type move, and then risking the 50-50 kind of with that as well, feels like it would have been in a better position. But the Icy Wind does a good chunk of damage on both of them right now. And you could see this Flamigo picking up this... Oh, never mind. It went with Tailwind.
Yeah, once again, once Flamigo hits the field for Brian, he's a little bit more interested in setting up for the next turn. As we finally do see a skill shot miss on stream, and the Hisuian Zoroark still is knocked out to this Earth Power from the Life Orb Blood Moon. And hey, maybe you get your wish, Jared. Now we get to see this Glamora potentially come out onto the field right now with Tailwind set up, with both Pokemon on the other side at -1 speed, and we are going to see the Tyranitar instead.
We're gonna see my favorite pseudo legendary. Regardless, love this guy too, but another insanely rough position right now for Shane to be in, specifically because now Dragonite missed its scale shot, by the way, so no speed boost. Your Tailwind is up. You have 2 super effective damages on the field. The only real thing that you can think about is either switching out or throwing Terras, and that Ursaluna was instantly brought away in favor for Electabuzz to come directly back out with a Spread Moon on the field that does super effective damage until the Terra.
Yeah, we are going to see Terastallization come out on Brian's side. Tyranitar, as it's wont to do, becomes a flying type, wanting to stay clear of any Earth powers that might have come its way this turn. But the Flamigo attacks first, goes close combat into the Electabuzz. Still fairly respectable damage, given the bulk and the Eviolite just boosting that defensive capability from the Electabuzz. And Rock Slide, more than enough to pick up this Dragonite.
Yeah, that Tyranitar attack stat is no joke. And that stab Rock Slide is even less so. And Electabuzz now, after being basically the MVP of the last game, is in an extremely more compromised position because any strong hit is taking that thing out.
Oh yes, and the Rock Slide potentially put the Electabuzz into range of another close combat. The Sandstorm chip damage absolutely puts it in range. Now you have to bring out another Pokemon that, without Terastallization, is going to be weak to one of Tyranitar's attacks. It's going to be the Volcarona. Has to Terastallize here. It does have the Fairy Terra type to get away from a potential Rock Slide, just one-hit knockout. But there are other options on Brian's side. There's still the unrevealed 4th Pokemon that's in the back for him as well.
Yeah, it looks like the switch is going to come out to bring Glamora back into here. Because if he is probably considering that this Volcarona most likely wants to Terra, so he's bringing on the Poison type, who has Sludge Bomb in its disposal. And as you can see right there, it looks like he was absolutely right. And now you have, I think, one more turn of Tailwind, if I remember correctly. But you have to now risk throwing. Oh, but there's the Protect that it actually slipped my mind because so many Electabuzzes don't run Protect. But that's actually going to stall that turnout and be very, very helpful for the next one.
Yep. Unfortunately for the Volcarona, of course, it does still take a pretty hefty chunk of damage from this Rock Slide, and the Sandstorm chip damage will add up after that. But I think that was a great turn repositioning for Brian, knowing that really he's not in that much danger, especially if Glamora comes onto the field. It will resist both of Volcarona's attacks, the Fire-type Heat Wave and the Terra Fairy Terra Blast. that can come out onto the field. And you really do need, if you're Brian, to keep that Flamigo safe so that it can deal with this Ursaluna Blood Moon. The Blood Moon has not taken all that much damage. You know, it took one Icy Wind early on in this contest. So knowing that you need a strong fighting type move into this normal type Ursaluna, very heads up play. Now your Glamora gets to protect itself this turn, not you're just wasting an attack into this Electabuzz. And Tyranitar will get just one more Rock Slide after the Heat Wave. The Volcarona just at +1 speed, going to be faster than Tyranitar in Tailwind.
Yeah, but as you can see right there, did not do even at +1 that much damage to Tyranitar. That Assault Vest is carrying this guy around. And now you are in another unfortunate position where your Heat Wave is not threatening Tyranitar. Ursaluna has to come back out. But if you focus, the single targeting is a huge risk. Because if you try to target Tyranitar and get rid of it with the Blood Moon, you're leaving Glamora with every resistance that it has to Volcarona to get something. Either knocking out Ursaluna with a little bit of a subpar special stat, or getting super effective damage on Sludge Bomb on the Volcarona who's Terra Fairy.
Yes, you just threaten so much damage here. You know, the Sludge Bomb onto the Volcarona, the low kick onto the Ursaluna. There are just so many options on Brian's side. And once again, you're just deciding to reposition here, just take a step back, and reevaluate the position of this game. Knowing that your priorities have changed. Now you don't have to worry about the Protect or the Volcarona this turn. Your Tyranitar should be faster than this Ursaluna, and low kick is going to be more than enough to clean it up. We are likely on our way to going to see a Game 3, unless Volcarona can do the unimaginable in the last couple of turns of this game.
Yeah, a little bit of extra credit there for that critical hit on Tyranitar. A little bit unnecessary, really, but they definitely will take it for that KO. And now you're down to your last Pokemon. A couple of unfortunate plays there, but a very good Protect read to bring in the Flamigo and all but secure this game number 2.
Yes, and I do think there were opportunities in that game, you know, when Glamora switched out, or even when Glamora clicked Spiky Shield, there were opportunities for Brian to maybe be a little bit more proactive, especially with, you know, the Tailwind turns running down there. You know, yes, you don't want to waste an attack with Glamora into the Follow Me of Electabuzz, but if you do so, it allows your Tyranitar then to either get a single target Rock Slide off into the Volcarona, or a Terra Flying Terra Blast, which is even stronger than the Rock Slide into this Volcarona, and should be more than enough to pick up that Pokemon, given the amount of damage that a Sprint attack Rock Slide did the turn prior. You know, there are definitely opportunities for Brian to maybe accelerate the pace of the game, but playing very safely a lot of this contest, and really playing in his element, you know, playing at his own pace, is something that's very important for a lot of players to recognize, and you know, we got to see it just very well on display from Brian's side there in that game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on Shane's end, he got a little bit, not complacent, but definitely was a lot less assertive about the positionings that he had. Definitely was playing a little bit on back foot. A lot of situations that Brian created favored him in basically every position. Because, again, the overwhelming amount of things that you can do in the positions that Brian made Shane think, well, I have to start playing a little bit more safe. And if you start to move down the safer avenues, that becomes, now have I been conditioned? Have I been put into the situation intentionally? Are they going to get super aggressive, or are they going to do something that sets up an endgame?
Yeah, and the difficult part for Shane is there really weren't a ton of opportunities for him to make those more proactive plays. You know, once that Tailwind went up on Brian's side, there was just such a massive advantage because of the amount of damage that Brian's team can do into Shane's. You know, as we said, there aren't a ton of great, bulky, you know, defensive switch-ins on either of these two teams. It's whichever team is going to be able to get that immediate advantage is going to be just at such a huge advantage. So we see a little bit of a switch up now for Shane's side. The Sneasler making its first appearance in this set, next to the Volcarona, as it's going to be the exact same lead for Brian as Game 2, the Flamigo next to the quote-unquote Glamora on the field.
And I think this is a much, much better position for this Zoroark to finally be on the field and as the Glamora as. Partly because this Sneasler, I believe, yeah, so it is actually, no, this Sneasler's Focus Sash, but it's also a fake out one. And in that case, that's going to happen. Now because you've lost the fake out pressure, you've now lost the procs of your Focus Sash. Regardless of who was hit there, you're losing a Pokemon.
Yep, and we do get confirmation, with the Covert Cloak Volcarona not caring about the Icy Wind speed drop, but slower than the Flamigo on Brian's side, likely trained with the Tailwind to be very, very speedy. And once again, Brian has taken a huge advantage on turn 1. The Sneasler now, with the -1 speed, is going to be slower than the Flamigo. And there's just so much pressure coming out from Brian's side, specifically with this Flamigo.
Yeah, especially because I believe now that means that this, depending on how fast this Sneasler is, depending on if it's like boosted attack or boosted speed, this Sneasler could possibly be slower than this Flamigo.
I would imagine it is, especially given the fact that the Flamigo is faster than Volcarona. It's likely trained to be quite speedy, and we are going to see the Ursaluna Blood Moon protect here. Brian terastallizing the Flamigo to a Steel type, likely for a normal type attack from this Ursaluna Blood Moon, and I do believe that we saw the Brave Bird come out into the Sneasler slot. Yeah, and hey, Jared, even if this Sneasler wasn't slower than the Flamigo prior to this turn, it's definitely going to be slower now, as it is a very worthwhile protect from Shane's side, as the close combat goes right into the protect, but an even better terastallization to become a Steel type on Flamigo, as the Dire Claw has no effect.
Yeah, and that's the gambling that you do in Regulation H if you're playing a Sneasler team. And there was a Vanished Flamingo on our screen for a second there. Sneasler's gonna get taken away because once that Dire Claw pressure is gone, and you're at minus two speed at the moment, you're risking getting knocked out. You're risking losing another Sneasler, and then there's going to be a terastallization into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but there's a potential this Ursaluna gets to terastallize and then instantly lose its crystal.
Yeah, Shane putting a lot of faith into this Ursaluna Blood Moon. It's going to take an Icy Wind. It's neutral attack now, no longer a ground type is this Ursaluna. But if this is just another close combat, it's going to do quite a good chunk of damage, but not quite enough to pick up this Ursaluna's KO. And now can throw off an Earth Power and pick up this Flamigo on the other side. Shane finally on the board.
Ursaluna hanging on by the skin of its teeth. I feel like that was like the automated, like, your Pokemon didn't want to make you feel sad, so we had to get one off. But unfortunately, even at that health, even at that those last couple of health points, that still is in range for that Life Orb damage to take you out, and down goes that Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yep, so now we do get to see the third Pokemon on Brian's side, and eagle-eyed viewers will see that we got to see the Tyranitar as well in the back, but 2 Glamoras now on the field.
Double Glamora.
I feel like I'm in the Area Zero Underdepths here with all the Glamoras that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, like, unfortunately, you don't get to play the fun little game of which Glamora is the real one, because you did confirm that is Zoroark with the fake out turn 1.
Yeah, but hey, if Shane has a really poor memory, there's still a chance.
But Electabuzz is going to take a little bit more damage from this Icy Wind chip, slowing it down even further, but it's still standing pretty strong over here.
Yeah, and for Shane's side, keeping the Sneasler safe, this Meteor Beam coming out from Glamora will target into one of the slots. I was hoping that we were going to see the animation first, so I'd be able to go through the end of that sentence. But no, it does go into the Electabuzz. Should do quite a big chunk of damage, and does just pick up that KO. Wow. The Eviolite notwithstanding, a phenomenally strong attack, and now I just don't know if there's a way for Shane to get out of this one. With the Icy Wind, as long as it hits, should allow the Glamora to be faster than Sneasler, and given Sneasler's not great defense. Oh, the Sneasler actually is still faster than Glamora.
But could not do enough, even with that close combat. 120 base power, but still not enough because it is a neutral hit And then the Toxic Debris coming out just for extra, hee-hees and hoo-hoos.
Yeah, well, it's for game 3. Or game 4.
Yeah.
It's the Toxic Spikes are set up for game 4.
Already. But down goes the Sneasler, and Brian McQueen taking this set by a score of 2-1. A fantastic comeback from the beginning of that set.
Oh, yeah. It seemed like he was just, really just trying to figure out the matchup. Seeing how Shane was going to approach, staring down at Hisuian Zoroark. Certainly something that Hisuian Zoroark players are pretty comfortable with is, using game 1 likely for just a lot of the information that you're gaining. How is your opponent going to approach this matchup? How can I leverage my Zoroark in the best way to make progress in this game? And turns out, if you just slap a Choice Scarf on that and click Icy Wind a bunch of times, it's pretty impactful.
Yeah, I mean, like the trickery of illusion is something that is absolutely so frustrating, especially when after 2 of them in a row, it's like that Northern Liar clip where he's like, this one, straight down the middle. And then he swings. Oh, he thinks he's going again. Oh, curved outside. And then he's like, oh, now you play a mind game.
I was going to say,
straight again.
The third one, that's the brain scrambler.
Yeah, and he just keep doing the same thing. And unfortunately, that turn 1, I think, actually lost the entire set there, genuinely.
It might have been. It was very close. There was still a sliver of hope for Shane after that, but Electabuzz just didn't get onto the field early enough, wasn't able to soak up enough Flamigo attacks, and, that Pokemon with the flying and fighting type coverage, just so strong in this format. But Brian McQueen now at 3-1 here at the Balance Patch VG League Cup. I'm June, next to Jared. We will see you all in just a little bit after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Balance Patch League Cup, and we are your casters at the moment for round 5. I am Naheem Dennis, and this is my guy, Jared. Are you excited to see these matches today with me, man?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yo,
sir.
Round 5 is going to be really hyped. We have an interesting set of duos here. Let's get into it.
Yeah, we have some very interesting teams that have a couple of Pokemon that we've been seeing a lot of today specifically, including this huge one from Elena McFridge over here. Fetridge over here. So you got Indeedee male form. A lot of people like going with the female form with the trick, with the follow me aspect. But this one is the male aspect one, which is a lot of the one that you see most of the time with Expanding Force, along with Sneasler, T-Tar, Ursa, Luna, Blood Moon. Have seen a ton of this bear today, and then finally seeing a Talonflame, one of the early regulation big hitters as well, and as well as that Electabuzz gluing this team together.
Yeah, Electabuzz is a very interesting choice. I love that Pokemon very much. Got the speed control, Electro Web, Follow Me support, and Taunt can be pretty useful. And of course, the Talonflame. You can never forget about Gale Wings. But let's take a look at Aiden Fife right now. This team is looking pretty snazzy over here too. We got the Charizard.
Yep.
We're a big fan of Charizard
Yep.
around these parts, and of course, we have accompanied with that solar power, the Torkoal, and Executor Alola Variety. How do you feel about that one, Chief?
Well, Aiden Fife might be a Pokemon Company plan for the amount of Charizard love that he's given right now, but that Executor Alolan form in there is an interesting pick because it's such like a weird Pokemon.
It's a weird one.
There's like a couple of Pokemon that we've seen today and throughout Regulation H that you kind of like think about and you go, I can see it. Alolan Executor is not one of those ones that you've seen at all.
Right, and it's a little sus, right? But at the same time, the typing, the right amount of moves, the harvest with Citrus Berry, it's on a good Sun team. I feel like it's going to be able to put in a ton of work. And of course, to round out the team, we have the Sneasler, Ursaluna, and the King Gambit, all the familiar suspects.
Yeah, I think this is also the first time we've seen King Gambit today.
Yes.
Which is another one of those Pokemon that early on in Scarlet Violet, it was an absolute behemoth with defiant, good priority, good stab, a lot of good coverage moves. Not to mention, once you slap an Assault Vest on that thing,
Oh, yeah.
extremely bulky.
So bulky. You're just not getting through all that HP. It's very chunky. It's going to outlive and survive.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But here we go, setting up into this round 5 action. Elena McFairtridge versus Aiden Fife. And here we go. Already we got the coconut guy out and about. And on the other side, we see that Talonflame and the Tyranitar popping in here. So this is most likely going to pop straight into some support moves from the Talonflame, and Tyranitar has to be careful here because there is a low kick on deck from this King Gambit.
Just look at this Alolan Executor. How happy this guy is just to be picked on the team. He's not the last pick, and he's here ready to play and showed up to the game of dodgeball. They're just trying to do his life. He's living his best life.
Nah, that center face is the one who's living it up, my guy. all three of them are just happy to be here, you know? Like, even that one that's like on the end is just kind of sitting
early technically dodged the Will-O-Wisp. Oh, looks like we're dodging everything today. Wow, huge value in this first turn. Now we get to do whatever we want. Iron Head for massive damage. Do we see a Trick Room? And there it is. That is awful. Awful turn 1 here for Elena with the, oh man, that's so tough.
No.
Missing both moves. That Will-O-Wisp so pivotal too because it would have just negated like half of that attack on King Gambit.
Yeah, and Tyranitar now with less than about a quarter of its HP remaining. Almost exactly. And Talonflame no longer having access to that Gale Wings, but it was probably the right idea because Elena most likely knew that Trick Room was going to be coming out, but not a lot you can do now. Dragon Pulse can do a decent amount of chunk damage into that Talonflame, and that Iron Head is going to clean up Tyranitar. Yo, and the O and a little bit of extra damage from the critical hit did more than it needed.
Going for dual wing B,
finally getting something on, but still not being able to take out this Executor, and is just going to eat that Citrus Berry.
Nice, and now if Torkoal does come in, we do guarantee our recovery of that berry with the harvest ability, which is quite amazing for how long this Pokemon can last on the field. And now, let's see exactly what we choose to switch in here. I do like the idea of Sneasler threatening some at least poison damage, but it's so fast. And we're in Trick Room now, so it's really going to be interesting to see how Sneasler plays into this matchup.
Yeah, but my real thoughts here would be most likely either trying to swing super hard to get this Executor off, or swapping in directly now to proc that that Psychic Seed for Sneasler. I think there's about 2 turns left of Trick Room, but both Pokemon on the field have a really hard time knocking out Sneasler. Sneasler's resisting Grass Move, both of the Dark and the Low Kick. Powder Cleave is going to take out another critical hit there.
I really like that Protect there from this Executor as well. Very huge. It's going to deflect. Oh, it doesn't affect. Maybe they expected a switch here. That's
hard call.
It was a hard call.
It was a hard call out on the Terastallization into the Fairy type, which unfortunately is not going to be enough over here. Indeedee coming out and setting on that Psychic Terrain. Once the Trick Room ends, though, this could be a very solid position for Elena over here.
I could see possibly a double Protect turn coming in here for Elena just to try and stall out some time from this Trick Room. But you're on your last legs. 2 Pokemon knocked out so quickly, and now you still have a whole team. We don't even know what the 2 ones in the back are.
Exactly, but right now you saw Elena hard commit now. Procted that Terra Fighting Terra Blast. Dire Claw doubled into it in case of the Terastallization on that end. But you have to wonder, if that happens, is this Indeedee going down? If the Terry Fair happens, is this Indeedee going down with no value to its name at all? Because it did take chip damage from the Sandstorm.
That's true. I mean, this is a tough call. It's still a lot to ask for Indeedee. Even though we do see the Terastallization here into the fighting typing, which is pretty interesting. Not often do you see a fighting typing on Terastallizations as choice. There goes the Dragon Pulse into Sneasler. It does take it pretty well, but what's going to be the backup? Counter Cleave into, changing into the fighting typing here was the right call, because now we were able to resist that. Get back with the Terra Blast as well. Into the Kingambit goes down.
That quad damage is going to be too much for Kingambit to overcome, even with that Assault Vest. And then the Dire Claw is going to come out and take out Alolan Executor. Down he goes. And now we're back at an even 2. And I believe Trick Room is ending.
But no, I think we have at least one more turn to Trick Room, but that means what's coming in here is going to be 2 pretty good Pokemon to have in that kind of setting. Here comes Charlie. Yeah, Charlie the Charizard. That's really.
It's such a cool Charizard. I love Charizard Shiny, man.
Yeah, Charizard Shiny.
It's so sick. It just looks so fantastic. But there's the drought. Looks like you were right. There is one last turn of Trick Room, but if I remember correctly, both these Pokemon have Protect, so it is going to be the double into here.
Yes. Now it's going to be important. How do we utilize this turn outside of our opponents using double Protect? I don't think there's really much you can do unless you happen to have a setup move on your Charizard, which unfortunately they don't have. And Torkoal does have Helping Hand, but that is not going to really accomplish much of anything either.
Yeah, but you also should keep a little look at Charizard's held item. That is a choice Scarf on here, and if I remember correctly, I don't believe that Sneasler has procted the White Herb, or sorry, no, the Sneasler is Psychic Seed, so it is procted, so it has to hit into the Charizard. Win condition is to hope.
A miss? A miss on the Heat Wave
is to hope Dire Claw either paralyzes or sleeps or some sort of status.
You think the Sneasler is faster than the Choice Scarf?
Double speed Sneasler.
Makes sense
probably.
To me. Yep.
Because I think Charizard's base max speed is like 167 versus Sneasler at 189. Double that, so yeah.
We're going to find out for sure right now. Here we go. The Terastallization for
Terastallization.
Charizard. Huge call out into the fire typing. It's going to be a pure fire typing now, but that means Heat Wave is going to do insane amounts of damage with that Sunlight as well. But it has to not get paralyzed. Here's it goes.
And it got
asleep.
Oh no!
What an answer! But hey, wait, that still leaves us with Torkoal with a lot of HP. If that Pokemon expanding force, okay, that's gonna be a good one. That's a lot of
so
damage.
much
Torkoal will
damage.
not do anything. It has to go for something like Heat Wave itself. It's gonna give me, oh no, but it only has flamethrowers. You can only choose to knock out one Pokemon, even if it's that. There goes that one down, and it's a Sneasler.
So tragic. The sleep was the win condition, and it got it. The gamble has paid off. 7-7-7. And Elena's going to go up 1-0 in this game. What a comeback for
What a
her.
comeback indeed. That was a very tough position to be in. And you play towards your outs. It doesn't matter what those arts are. You use your resources to your advantage. Dire Claw was a resource in this position. It was a possibility to get paralysis. It was a possibility to even get sleep. It's just a roll. It could have even been poison. But playing consistently to what your outs are is the name of the game and how you become a top-tier Pokemon trainer.
Yeah, and Elena really did take it in stride too, especially after losing Tyranitar and I believe the Talonflame extremely early. The Indeedee Terra play was fantastic, and especially because regardless of if the King Gambit at position Terra'd or not, the Dire Claw's coming in afterwards, Sneasler surviving the turn.
Yes.
Same exact situation happening anyways.
It was a very good call for Elena. Excellent play. Down 2 Pokemon and still found the silver lining, that thread to victory, like Yusei Fudo or something. Come on now, that's fire.
Exactly. But still some room to go right now for Elena, and it looks like she's going to instantly pop in the 2 that led her to that victory from the last turn. That Sneasler and that Indeedee.
Makes sense to me.
The sash on it is also super frustrating because you can't fake it out to get to break it. You can't really use your priority moves to break it, and especially the psychic typing, which defensively isn't great, always goes first on King Gambit because you can't sucker punch in psychic terrain, can you?
I do gotta say, Aiden played masterfully. It was the right positioning for him. It was just so unfortunate that Dire Claw is a great move. But here we go right into the next round. Let's see the leads for this upcoming second round. Here we go.
In come King Gambit.
No change on either side.
King Gambit and Alolan Executor again. I mean, I definitely wouldn't say that keeping the same lead, I don't think is the wrong choice here, because you most likely are going to, at this turn. Honestly, this is a really rough position to be in. Actually, this lead actually might not have been fantastic because you have to terrestrialize here.
Yeah, you also want to click Dire Claw so badly into this Executor because you want to prevent Trick Room from coming into play.
Hit it so
but it could just go for
bad.
protecting. You might just see something come out from the King Gambit here, but I'm not sure if you're too worried about that, especially, I don't know. And then you also terrestrialized the not psychic Pokemon, so that Kowtow Cleave can cleave.
Yeah. And here comes the terrestrialization. It most likely is going to go on to the King Gambit. Yep, and from Dark and Seal into the Fairy typing, so no longer can get hit by that quad damage Terra Blast, but did not get procced. There's a Dire Claw that takes it down to about.
Wow. Oh, the paralysis. I mean, it might not matter. Only 25%.
Don't think it mattered anyway, but there's the Citrus Berry. Get it a little bit higher, only to go down even further because Expanding Force is coming out now.
Oh.
Not a lot of damage onto King Gambit actually here. The Fairy Terra is letting it stay for a little while. The Kowtow Cleave coming out, and it's gonna proc that Focus Sash.
Now I imagine we need a way to deal with this Sneasler. It's just way too fast. It's running rampant, and it's gonna be clicking Dire Claw again, especially into that King Gambit slot that is now Fairy typing.
Yeah, not to mention you've also lost your Trick Room Setter, so that unburdened procted Sneasler is going first in almost every single instance here.
Speed control is the name of the game, and if you don't got the speed, you're gonna get off the lane. That's it, right?
Exactly. If you're not going over the speed limit in Massachusetts, you're getting run off the road.
Especially when they don't use blinkers, bro. Hold on.
Yup, There it is. But the Torkoal is going to come in here. So we're most likely going to be seeing a Heat Wave in a second. But there's the Dire Claw. Does a good amount of damage. And
It's
it does
poison this time. If this heat wave hits, it's going to be massive.
That is a good amount of damage incoming. But Sneasler surviving it.
Wow, surviving despite the solar power. Well, it's not terrestrialized. And the poison is going to go ahead and take more damage from you too.
And unfortunately is the case there. Especially because Sneasler does get the special defense boost from the Psychic Seed proc.
Oh yeah.
And Sneasler's special defense is actually not something to scoff at. Yeah, it's actually like a pretty decently good bulk for being a, in quotes, really frail Pokemon.
Oh, I love the placement of this Electabuzz right now. That fake out is looking extra deadly, but you can't click it. Don't forget, because we do still have the Psychic Rain in place, so we can't actually go for that priority move. But going for the double protect to protect our Pokemon from that Soy Scarf, from anything wild, let him fall to the poison. Allow yourself that time, that graze, and then now we have a 3v1 situation.
Absolutely, and this Torkoal, unfortunately, is in a
Really bad
really,
spot.
really bad spot. He may be a turtle, but right now he's a sitting duck. Let's be real.
I know they're wishing they had Heat Wave instead of that Flamethrower right now.
Oh.
There goes Charlie.
Down goes Charizard.
Oh no, Charlie.
Yeah, the solar power is just a built-in life orb, but unfortunately, not a great position for that to especially, honestly, getting poisoned in that situation might have been the worst case scenario.
Oh, I said 3v1 earlier. I forgot that we still have the King Gambit in
Gambit
the
is
back.
still around.
So, okay, we have some situation that we can play around with here now that King Gambit is back in play. There's, of course, Sucker Punch that can deal a ton of damage into the Sneasler. And we already did see the Protect. Could go for a double Protect just to whip it out and bait out a Sucker Punch or two, play the long game. But it is threatening that slot, though. Tyranitar coming in now, and this is going to be interesting now because the weather is no longer in control for Eden. Super effective, still survived the hit. Countdown Cleave going into Tyranitar, going to eat that up like a pancake.
Absolutely, but then here comes the Eruption, and Tyranitar's going to eat that like breakfast
Yeah,
again.
that's
My
nothing.
goodness, that's adding the sausage links to that.
What a nice breakfast.
Good lord. Stay away from the beans on toast, though. We're
Oh,
not-
well,
we're
we
not-
don't, that's not us. That's
No,
not us, man. I don't know about that one. Oh, man.
Those are the Galarians. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, but here comes this Electabuzz. Now, again, fake out pressure, it would be online, but unfortunately we do still have Psychic Terrain in play, so we're not going to be seeing that. Electro Web is some nice chip damage that you can get off here. And
You're gonna-
I guess never
You
mind.
missed.
I guess never mind.
There's the knockoff. Terry actually doesn't take a ton of damage there. Is gonna lay the flamethrower in. Is just hoping for that burn, and he gets it.
Gets the burn. Very nice, but I still don't think it's enough. I do think Elena is in a commanding position. Despite this burn and the little bit of chip that Electabuzz isn't suffering, it's still a Torkoal. Flamethrower is just not going to be enough to get through the gargantuan amount of HP on the opposite side.
Unfortunately, this Torkoal is not running anything except fire moves, and with this terrestrialization onto the Electabuzz, it most likely is not going to even come close to KOing anymore.
With the
And
Dragon type.
The Dragon Electabuzz comes out. That's the Pokemon in Legends Arceus. That's what those things were. Like always wanting to go demon time on you. That's what they were. They had Dragon.
Excellent game to both players. It just didn't quite go as planned for Aiden. It was great to see Executor, though.
It was fantastic to see Executor. It's like seeing an old friend, you know?
An old friend.
I do, the only time I've ever accepted Psy Spam was when I saw Kanto form Executor a little while ago. Only time. But that is Elena moving on to, I believe, 3-1. And we're moving into the
Top
end
cut,
games.
yeah,
Moving
this
into
is
the
the
top
end
cut of bracket now.
Yeah.
Do not go anywhere, chat. There is so much Pokemon to be played. We will be right back.
Yeah. Very, very exciting matchup between these two trainers, and some pretty interesting teams too here in our top 8 at Balanced Patch. I'm very excited about this matchup, and of course, extremely excited to be next to the incomparable Jake Major, 2019 Collinsville Regional Champion Jake Major. As we take a look at Liam McDonald's team, they're going to be rocking this Unburdened Grassy Seed Sneasler, which I don't know if we have another Sneasler just like this in the tournament. And then the rest of the team is fairly standard with your Gholdengo, Electabuzz, your Ursaluna Blood Moon, and of course Incineroar and Rillaboom that feel just about mandatory on most balanced teams in Regulation H. About 16.66 repeating, I'm pretty sure is the number, yeah. Yeah, on Muhammad's team, very similar, honestly, for both of these players to what they brought to a regional tournament the last time Regulation H came around. But for Muhammad, you get to see a little peek into the main strategies of this team. Of course, it's the Archaludon with the Assault Vest, you have the Pelipper to set up rain for it, you have the Mousehold that can click Beat Up into your own Archaludon to boost your own defense with a Stamina ability. You can also beat up your Annihilate for the Rage Fist stacks. And if that all weren't enough, if you really need to get away from status moves, you know, to weaken any dragon type damage that your team might be worried about, you can set Misty Terrain with your Grimmsnarl in addition to the classic dual screen set that you often see. It's a team that is all about being as bulky as possible, allowing Muhammad as many turns as possible to figure out the win condition, and then just executing the game plan and playing towards that. Yeah, and even not staring down a Defiant Pokemon, your Mirror Herb can activate on the Grassy Seed boost that the Sneasler might get. You know, there are a lot of very cool ways that you can utilize that item, even in a matchup like this one, but straight away we are going to see the Ursaluna Blood Moon and Electabuzz, a pretty classic lead in Regulation H for Liam, staring down Bahamat's Annihilape and Grimmsnarl. Yeah, and we are going to see a very offensive turn one here from Liam, terastallizing the Ursaluna Blood Moon into the normal type, giving it even more of a boost to those normal type moves, such as the Blood Moon attack that can come out 140 base power already. Light Screen coming away from Grimmsnarl will at least reduce some of that damage, but in addition to the terastallization, going to see Electabuzz click Taunt into the opposing Annihilape, denying it any bulk up boosts, denying it any opportunities to protect on future turns, while Blood Moon Ursaluna eats the Drain Punch relatively well and fires off with this Terra Normal Blood Moon, even with Light Screen, going to pick up that one-hit KO from Grimmsnarl, critical hit notwithstanding. Absolutely. On the other side, getting rid of this Grimmsnarl, denying a potential Reflect, can set up, you know, a lot of different win conditions later for your physical attackers in this game. And importantly, for Bahamut, this Electabuzz gets out of the turn completely damage-free, and you see exactly why this Pokemon is so common in Regulation H. It takes those attacks extremely well, even after the Super Fang Hyper Voice comes out. Gets a lot of damage into the Mousehold, not as much as Liam might have wanted into the Annihilape, but crucially, the Electabuzz still remains on the field, cannot be KO'd, barring a potential beat-up KO into the Electabuzz from the Mousehold. But with only single target attackers on Bahamut's team, Liam is going to get a lot of value out of this redirector throughout the entirety of the set. Absolutely, but that's the power of Friend Guard, Mousehold's ability, plus the Light Screen that Grimmsnarl set up turn one. And now Liam is being rewarded graciously for making this extremely aggressive play in the middle of this game, going with the Electro Web, willingly activating Defiant on the Annihilape should it have stayed into this contest, and potentially making the Ursaluna Blood Moon even faster than both of the Pokemon on the other side of the field, clicking Electro Web plus Blood Moon, and even with Light Screen and Friend Guard, more than enough to deal with this Paldean Tauros and bring Bahamut down to his final two Pokemon. Possibly. Absolutely, and this is an interaction I'm very curious about with the Maushold and the Electabuzz. The Maushold is faster than the Electabuzz. Beat Up comes out into the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but with only 2 healthy and alive Pokemon remaining on Muhammad's side, conscious Pokemon remaining on Muhammad's side, the Beat Up nowhere near enough damage on this Ursaluna Blood Moon. Could potentially put it in the range of Life Orb Recoil after this attack, this Hyper Voice that's going to come out and pick up the Blood Moon's 3rd KO of this first game. Yeah, and we still haven't seen Terastallization from Muhammad's side in this game. The Annihilate could choose to become a Fire type, which in the face of this Rillaboom may be useful, especially without the Reflect to mitigate any damage from physical attacks. But this Rillaboom, like many that we've seen today, is packing the high horsepower option. So even if the Annihilate becomes a Fire type, Rillaboom still has an opportunity to hit it for super effective damage, as opposed to the neutral damage this Woodhammer is going to do without the Terastallization. Yes, unfortunately, I think it might just be a little bit too little too late. Even at the Fire typing, with the +1 defense boost, this Woodhammer is still going to do a pretty good amount of damage. You can Drain Punch and get back your 13 HP, Jinx, on your Annihilate. Maybe lets it survive through this turn. But there is still that unrevealed 4th Pokemon on Liam's side that likely is going to be able to deal with this Annihilate if Rillaboom can't pull it out this turn. Yeah, it really becomes difficult with how much damage Liam is pressuring just off of the first turn in this set. You have the Electabuzz plus the Ursaluna Blood Moon, as we've mentioned, 0 spread type attacks on Muhammad's side. So that Redirector is going to allow whatever Pokemon is next to it, at the very least, 1 attack into Muhammad's team. And oftentimes, as we've seen with this Ursaluna Blood Moon, all it needs is 1 attack to pick up a KO. And it even got off 4, maybe 5 attacks in this game. It was able just to put in so much damage before it took itself out with the Life Orb Recoil that Muhammad just felt on the back foot the entirety of this game. You have to wonder if there's a way for Muhammad to take that initiative from Liam early on in this game too. Something I'm looking at is potentially this Pelipper to allow yourself to click Tailwind, get the speed advantage in front of Liam's team, even if they decide to click Electro Web with this Electabuzz. But even then, you're bringing a Pelipper against an Electabuzz, and that doesn't always feel the greatest in the world either. I agree. I think the Archelodon should be a pretty central piece, especially seeing how that first game went. The other benefit, at least to the Maushold, even if you can't beat up next to an Archelodon, is that you do get the Super Fang into this Electabuzz. And that can be very, very valuable. You know, we saw that the unboosted Drain Punch from the Annihilate was not enough to do, you know, half of the Electabuzz's HP, but you do get to, you know, chunk it down to get a little bit more damage with your Archelodon, you know, clicking Body Press into that Pokemon, especially if you have some stamina boosts, or with your Pelipper. You know, a Weather Ball in the rain could be enough to deal with that Pokemon as well. Yeah, well, but had it not been for the Life Orb on Ursaluna, maybe it doesn't pick up some of those KOs as well. You know, it goes both ways.
Hit the field.
Yeah, a much more offensive lead from Muhammad here in this game too. And, you know, just as we said, we're going to see the Archelodon in this game. And we also see this Paldean Tauros come out early, not going to get KO'd upon switch in here in the second game. Likely going to be able to get at least some decent damage off. And hey, if you're Liam, if you want to click Electroweb to slow down this Paldean Tauros, you know, deal super effective damage into it, you're also going to be giving this defense boost to an Archelodon that has a super effective body press, ready and waiting to go into this Ursaluna Blood Moon as soon as it can.
Absolutely. I think Paldean Tauros here is in a bit in a precarious spot where it definitely wants to do the damage to the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but having to deal with that Electroweb is very, very scary for it, as we see right off the bat. That Electroweb going into these two Pokemon, Liam already controlling the speed, and just protecting the Ursaluna from taking any damage from this Tauros' close combat, and possibly any damage from this Archelodon's attack, depending on what it wants to go for. The body press into the Ursaluna. Ursaluna getting off scot-free as Electabuzz just gets some speed control on the board for Liam.
Yeah, an incredible turn one from Liam there. I mean, you know, mitigating all of the damage that Muhammad could have done, you know, all of the threats that Muhammad had on the board went directly into that Protect. And now we're in the same state we were at the beginning of this game, except that both of Muhammad's Pokemon have been slowed down, and now there's a lot more pressure on this Archelodon to either Terastallize or put itself into a much more safer position, such as its Pokeball.
Absolutely, and we are going to see Druid, the Pelipper, hit the field, and it is going to power up the Tauros Aqua Breed's water type move, but against an Electabuzz that might just want to go for more electric type damage, it's a bit tricky. So Muhammad making a tough call here as the Follow Me does come out from the Electabuzz. Pelipper not going to be taking the damage this turn from Electroweb at the very least. And an Earth Power going to that slot as well. Pelipper getting out of the way of Farm, boosting up that Wave Crash damage, almost KOing the Electabuzz here. And now Muhammad is suddenly in a much better position than he was just one turn ago.
Yeah, now you do have this Aqua Jet threatening in the rain. The Terra Ghost on the Electabuzz turns out for naught on that last turn, and Muhammad says turnabout is fair play. You know, mitigating all of the damage that Liam had tried to do on that turn too, with the really heads-up Pelipper switch in for the ground type weakness on the Archelodon. You're able to soak that up very, very easily. And now the question is, will an Aqua Jet in the rain pick up this Electabuzz from this range? If it does, which we do see, now this Pelipper has the opportunity, no speed drops on that Pokemon, to just click a Weather Ball into this Ursaluna Blood Moon that cannot get rid of its ground typing.
Absolutely, and we actually do see the Tailwind here, just adjusting the speeds, which I don't think is a bad call by any means from Muhammad, but certainly not perfect here. Had Ursaluna just gone down, the Archaludon was pretty free to just run around with this game against the Rillaboom, and as we see the Sneasler in the back, it would have been a lot harder for those two to break through, as now Rillaboom, you know, has that fake out pressure, has that Grassy Glide pressure into these two Pokemon that are going to go down to a Grassy Glide very easily.
Yeah, the saving grace on Muhammad's side, though, is that because the Tailwind was set up, even with that speed drop on your Paldean Tauros, you are going to be faster with both of your Pokemon than both of the Pokemon on Liam's side, and both of your Pokemon on the field right now do threaten a one-hit knockout onto this Ursaluna Blood Moon with a Water-type attack in the ring.
Absolutely. You know, as long as that Ursaluna doesn't click Protect here, it will go down to a move from either of these two Pokemon. But you also have to think from Muhammad's side, if there's just a Protect, do I want to let it go through and just play my cards of attacking doubly into that slot, or do I want to drop a potential Hurricane into the Rillaboom? We are going to see a Terra from Muhammad's side of the field into the Paldean Tauros, and it is that Terra Steel going to be resisting the grass moves from the Rillaboom here. If it's a fake out into that slot, would be, I mean, not super huge because, I mean, the Pelipper could have just gone for a Weather Ball. But we actually don't see that. We see the wide guard here, going to be taking out Pelipper. And if this Tauros clicks a Wave Crash into the slot of the Ursaluna, it is going to be a knockout. And we are going to see a Sneasler have to switch in here. And it will be the fastest thing on the field after the Unburden, most likely.
Yeah, you would imagine, especially with this Tauros, even in Tailwind at -1 speed. We do have to see, though, the fourth Pokemon now for Muhammad. It is the Grimmsnarl that comes in, another adaptation from that Game 1, as Liam down to their final two Pokemon, and a very aggressive Terastallization to the Steel type on the Tauros. It does, of course, allow you to survive any grass moves from that Rillaboom, which is very, very big on our screen right now. I think just should mention. But it does mean that your Archaludon now can no longer Terastallize to get rid of its fighting type weakness in the face of the Sneasler. And I think with the position as it is, your Archaludon really needs to deal with this Sneasler in the end game.
Yeah. The only issue there is, even if he had saved the Terra Fairy on that Archaludon, would have still been weak to Dire Claw, obviously going to be taking a lot less damage, but opening yourself up to the rolls of the dice that Dire Claw does incur. As we do see a Sneasler Protect here, probably anticipating, I was going to say anticipating the Aqua Jet from the Paldean Tauros, as we do just see a Misty Terrain come out from Grimmsnarl, going to be resetting the terrain, so no more Grassy Glides from this Rillaboom. But again, unfortunately, that Sneasler is likely going to be faster than the Tauros. And now Muhammad pretty free to set up a Reflect to set up for the Archaludon in the back to run away with this game if it has the bulk to do.
Yes, and to your point, Jake, that a Fairy type Archaludon opens itself up to some of those Dire Claw status activations. Not if Misty Terrain is set up.
True.
You still had that opportunity to Terastallize your Archaludon at the end of this game, but a very heads up last couple of turns for Muhammad here, taking advantage of some passive plays on Liam's side, just trying to stall out some turns, and putting yourself in a position to get one last Aqua Jet off of the Sneasler, forcing it to drop its own defenses, now back to neutral on the defensive side, and -1 on the special defense side, which will be very relevant for this Archaludon that's about to come back in. But crucially, also removing any form of recovery for Muhammad's side of the field. This Sneasler now is really on a timer with the amount of HP it has left.
Absolutely, and the rain does stop, so this Archaludon, and the Tailwind petering out as well, means this Archaludon may not be faster than either of these Pokemon. And on top of that, can't go for those Electro Shots and boost up its special attack anymore, which isn't the greatest thing. Not going to be the end of the world, though, as Muhammad's going to have to target very, very wisely here. Knowing that Liam has Protect on the Sneasler, is going to make it tough for Muhammad to pick the right target here. Do you go into the Sneasler here and risk hitting a protect? If you're able to get 2 hits onto it, you're likely going to win the game with this Archaludon. But we do see the Sneasler going for close combat.
Yeah, this close combat will activate the stamina for Archaludon, and it is slower than this Rillaboom, but with Reflect Up and the +1 defense, it does get through both the close combat and the high horsepower at -2 special defense. Flash Cannon more than enough for the Sneasler, and the saving grace for Muhammad's team is that this Grimmsnarl does have an attacking move. It does have the Spirit Break, which, again, because there's no recovery left for Muhammad's or for Liam's side, I believe this Grimmsnarl with 2 more Spirit Breaks should be able to get this game in Muhammad's favor.
Yeah, so long as there's no critical hit Woodhammer into the Grimmsnarl, Liam is going to have to target down the Pokemon individually. Going for the high horsepower, KOing the Archaludon, and now have to get 2 Woodhammers off into this Grimmsnarl before the Spirit Break and KO. And we are going to see a drop from 108 to 44. That is going to be a KO next turn. And, you know, right now it's a roll of the dice. Does Woodhammer get that critical hit through the Reflect? Yes, it does!
Jake.
Commentators curse? Commentators blessing?
You wanted it. You spoke that into existence.
No, I did not. I just
That
said I analyzed the board state as my job title states, and I said, I was about to say there's a 1 in 24 that Liam wins this, and you know what happened? We live in the timeline where 24 was the number that was rolled.
Jake, you know that you just can't bring that up. You know that as soon as you bring that, the smile on your face tells us, you know that as soon as you bring that up, it's going to happen. And look at it. Now we're living in the world where Liam gets a victory that, you know, feels a little bit less than deserved, and now Muhammad has to go home knowing that Jake Major ended his run at the Balance Patch
Do you know what the
Cup.
P in Pokemon stands for, June?
It stands for playing with my
Probability.
friends. It stands for playing with my friends and having fun, Jake.
I always thought it stood for probability, and we just saw a masterclass in how to manage probability. Liam knowing that was going to be a critical hit there, saving turns, counting the turns, knowing on this turn, this is when the Woodhammer is going to get a critical hit. I need to go for the high horsepower into the Archaludon on this turn. Then the Woodhammer onto the Grimmsnarl. Perfectly played by Liam, knowing what those dice rolls would be.
You're right. You know, it's the RNG manipulation. It's clicking A with exactly 31 seconds left on your time clock for that turn to guarantee that critical hit. You know, unfortunately, they just were never able to patch that bug out of Scarlet and Violet that allowed you to manipulate the RNG for competitive battles. But, you know, it is just the world that we live in, I suppose.
Hope it's going to happen. It's really unfortunate that it came down to that because I do think Muhammad made a lot of the right adaptations. I don't know if every play was necessarily perfect. I know that when the Pelipper went for Tailwind instead of that Weather Ball, both of us were a little iffy on the play, knowing that had the Ursaluna gone down and then maybe the Tailwind went up next turn, maybe the Tailwind wouldn't have been as important because you're anticipating the Sneasler and Rillaboom in the back again, and you're with Archaludon, you're really not outspeeding, well, at least the Pokemon that threatens you the most.
Yeah.
So the Tailwind not really being of the utmost importance. The Grimmsnarl, Reflect, and Light Screen are going to do so much more for you than the Tailwind ever would have. So I think just going for the KO with Pelipper there, and because it is Focus Sash, I would have to assume it's faster than that Ursaluna Blood Moon. So maybe had things played a little differently. Again, Muhammad played just fine, and it just happened to be unlucky. But with that slight change, you can offset any potential roll of the dice to be always in your favor.
That's fair. That being said, if the Ursaluna Blood Moon protects on that turn,
You never know.
You know, on the Weather Ball, then you get 0 value as opposed to the Tailwind, letting you, at least guarantee the KO the next turn once Rillaboom
Absolutely.
comes in. You know, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
You know, the threads of time getting through, and of
even-
course a very well played set from Liam. You know, a very deserved victory. Of course, played really supremely well. You know, leveraging the offensive pieces incredibly against Muhammad's team that it can be a little bit difficult to break through at times, but
Yeah.
we will see Liam move on to top 4 in this set or in
Yeah.
this tournament.
Yeah.
and I'm excited to see what they're able to do in top four. Likely will not be featuring them in the next match, but if they make their next match, we will see them in finals. But yeah, other than that, we'll be on a short break. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hello and oh my god. Hello and welcome to Balance Patch
I hear it too.
Cup. The Balance Patch September Cup top 4 match. This one's going to be between Liam McDonald, who we just featured, and John Lyons, who was on the stream earlier today. Hopefully you guys are able to hear me and I'm not too crispy, crunchy like a delicious fresh-baked pizza. I am Jake Major, joined here by Jared. We have not been on the mic together ever.
True.
So
This is our first time together.
very excited to see how this one goes. I think we can just cut right to the teams.
Yeah, let's see what we got. First off, as you saw in the last match, Liam McDonald's running a very, very solid balanced team with a couple of his regulations favorites. You see Incineroar, you see Rillaboom, you see Goldengo, a lot of those early game monsters, along with the Hisuian and Kitakami beasts that are Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Sneasler. Got a lot of fun things. I think this is the solo diet. This is the only Sneasler in this tournament that is using a Grassy Seed Acrobatics play, and then that glue that sets it all together is this format's beloved Electabuzz with that Eviolite running the Electroweb, Taunt, Follow Me, and Protect.
Yeah, I'll run it back again just for those who were not here for last match. But a very strong offensive team carried by the support of Electabuzz, Incineroar, and Rillaboom, with the main offenses of Sneasler, Goldengo, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And, of course, Incineroar and Rillaboom, no slouches when it comes to offense, despite being focally supportive monsters.
Absolutely. I mean, Grassy Glide is so good in this format, especially when the certain Pokemon like Ursaluna are really popular. Obviously, Ground type is weak to that Grass type. Got a little bit of that boost on that grassy terrain priority. It's super good. And then obviously Incineroar, knockoff being base 170.
It's 65 and it goes up
So-
to 97 and a half
97
when
and a half,
able to
97
knock
and a
off
half.
an item.
I don't know why I keep thinking it's double.
No, 1.5.
Huh. Maybe it used to be double when it was like that measly 20
No.
base power. Really? It was always
No,
double
I don't
that?
even think it got a boost back then.
I think it did get a boost.
I'll have to
I'm
double
pretty
check.
sure. But regardless, knockoff is definitely no slouch. And on the other side, John Lyons has a relatively similar team, but replacing that Electabuzz with Dragonite, and that is a little mix of the bulk with multi-scale and then the ability to set yourself up and get a ton of damage off with that scale shot and the loaded dice.
Yeah, so while these teams do look very similar on paper, 5 of the 6 Pokemon are the same, there are some key differences here that I would like to talk about. The first one is drum beating on Rillaboom, opting for a little less damage and a little more support from that Rillaboom, whereas Liam's is that Wood Hammer, so going for that more offensive support, where this Rillaboom is more focused on the speed control and pace of the game aspect.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dragonite and Electabuzz, not going to bother comparing those, because that's comparing Alepa berries and Oran berries.
What a shout.
Sneasler here.
Incredible.
Also the Unburden item, but with White Herb here, so no way to self-proc its Unburden without making a move in that close combat. And also the coaching on this set to boost up the offensive prowess of Rillaboom, Dragonite, Incineroar, defensive prowess of Ursaluna, Blood Moon. And I don't believe coaching works on Goldengo thanks to Good as Gold, but it may have a weird interaction, because I know coaching does have weird interactions, like it can't be redirected because it can only target its partner. It's a funny little move.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are going to see that key difference in the Dragonite versus the Electabuzz, redirection versus bulky supportive Dragon. And it'll be interesting to see how these teams match up into one another.
Not to mention that one of these Ursalunas is that all-encompassing Life Orb build, while the other one is the Focus Sash. So looking to keep that Blood Moon Ursaluna alive for a little bit longer versus trying to get as much damage out of it as possible.
Yeah, so very unconventional item for Ursaluna Blood Moon, at least from what I've seen frequently. Focus Sash on such a bulky Pokemon is an interesting choice, but one that, I mean, John made for a reason, and we'll see how that goes, as we are going to see the leads from John sending out the Incineroar and Ursaluna versus Liam with their own Ursaluna and Gholdengo.
Wolfie-Con, Incin, eat your heart out. 2 of them on the field right now, and both kind of opting for that Incineroar support with a big special attacker on the field, but obviously that big Ursaluna with Earth Power on deck is a dangerous thing to that Gholdengo.
Yeah, so Gholdengo giving a chuckle, screaming that it's in danger right now. Super effective moves can come out from both of John's Pokemon into Liam's Pokemon. That Earth Power from the Ursaluna or a Flare Blitz or knockoff into the Gholdengo all would do a devastating amount of damage, and where Liam kind of put a lot of their offense immediately in this game is immediately met with 2 Pokemon it doesn't necessarily want to see.
And that coming out on the side of John Lyons. Liam going for that fake out, getting blocked instantly. It seems like it might actually be a different. This might have been just straight up knockoff into the Gholdengo, where the Nasty Plot does go up. It's just going to be a straight and Flare Blitz into Gholdengo, who takes about 2/3, maybe a little bit more of that health right there, and gets a little bit of an extra out of that burn.
Yeah, so that's a full quarter of damage if I'm mathing it out right, and with that burn even more. You know, the Intimidate saving it this turn from getting 1 hit knocked out. But, you know, going for that Nasty Plot here, yeah, you're going to be able to get damage out on this turn, but with the Focus Sash on the Ursaluna and with the resistance from Incineroar, I can't imagine Gholdengo getting a ton done this turn other than chipping Incineroar down low, getting the Ursaluna down to its Focus Sash, and then it's a matter of how fast is this Incineroar and how fast is this Ursaluna, as we do see exactly what I said come out. And now we are at the wills of how these Pokemon are trained to see what the outcome of this turn is going to be.
Check the speed, and it is going to be Liam's Incineroar barely edging out on this race and taking out the Ursaluna by the skin of its teeth. Here comes the parting shot directly into that Incin. Would not have worked on Gholdengo. That Incineroar is going to retreat back to John for now, but that's a big loss from getting your basically your main damage dealer knocked out that fast.
So we are going to see the Sneasler hit the field for John, and I would have to imagine John probably not going to want to give away a ton of information about what's in the back. Probably going to send that Incineroar back in. I'm wrong. It's the Dragonite that's going to hit the field for John alongside that Sneasler, with the Sneasler able to outspeed the Gholdengo and use, well, it actually cannot hit this Gholdengo thanks to the 2 moves it's carrying. It's not carrying the acrobatics like Liam's is. It's not carrying the throat chop that it ordinarily would on more offensive sets. Instead, with Close Combat and Dire Claw, not going to be able to touch this Gholdengo here. So I'm curious to see what John's strategy is on this turn.
I would imagine you probably are going to have to take the loss with the Gholdengo, but that is a big Ghost Terra in there, because I feel that a good idea would have been trying to knock out the Incineroar. But that Ghost Terra is always a risk of hitting close combat, and just like that is not going to affect Incineroar, who is now a Ghost type. But Dragonite is going to Scale Shot and pick up this KO in exchange for a drop in defense, an increase in speed. And now Incineroar is the only one left, but Dragonite looking like it's in a good position here.
Yeah, so a really interesting interaction that we just saw. Gholdengo traditionally, I mean, naturally outspeeds Dragonite, and depending on how the Pokemon are trained, I mean, clearly we're seeing that John is either a very fast Dragonite or Liam is a moderately speed Gholdengo. As we did see the Dragonite outspeed there, get the Scale Shot off into the Gholdengo. How to make it rain gone off there at +1. I have to imagine that the Sneasler would have gone down, and the Dragonite certainly wouldn't have appreciated it, although it is the multi-scale. But we are going to see Liam get their Incineroar off the field with the parting shot. I don't remember which target it
hit.
It
but-
double hit into the Dragonites.
It-
Dragonites now
okay.
at -2, which is not a great place that not a place that Dragonite loves to be, especially as a Pokemon that likes to hit physically. Sneasler's at -1, and it's a pretty good state for Liam right now because you are forcing basically somewhere to come out.
Yeah, so that Sneasler actually had its White Herb activate from that Intimidate. So Liam activating that for them. But either way, getting that Dragonite's attack lower, getting the Rillaboom out on the field for Sneasler to come in, activate that Grassy Seed, get its Unburden activated, and even more importantly, a little +1 to its poultry defense.
Yeah, and not to mention Sneasler's special defense stat itself. Not that it's influenced much more in this game, but its special defense stat is nothing flat. It's about base 80, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Huh.
So, especially like you'll start keep being up in positions that you kind of think the Caesar would feign to. But now, taking a little bit more from that defensive boost, it's going to be a little bit harder to pick up a KO from a Pokemon who is traditionally noted one of the less bulky ones. But that Dire Claw does come out, and it is going to activate a Sleep. 777 on the slot, and there we go. Rillaboom is a good night.
Yeah.
Say good night.
So a nap in the meadow for Rillaboom it is, as Sneasler again is on the field unscathed. However, next turn likely going to be rather scathed, as Rillaboom's in a position where it might just get knocked out by another Dire Claw, so Liam's going to have to consider switching in the Incineroar here, dropping the attack of both Pokemon, and has to figure out what they want to do with their own Sneasler here. Do they Acrobatics into the Sneasler to get some damage off? Do they go into the Dragonite and go for their own Dire Claw rolls? And we'll see the Dire Claw come out from John's side into the Rillaboom, going to pick up that knockout.
So this is actually a fantastic play from John Lyons. I think a lot of people in this position would feel really, really pressured to throw Incineroar back in to get Dragonite back to its level, get an Intimidate on to that Sneasler and or the Rillaboom. But because you forced this KO, Incineroar now comes in. It drops Dragonite down back to -1 after that haze. You switch in Incineroar, basically everyone on that side who are both physical attackers are going to be at -1 for the rest of the match.
So I think a very cool play from John there to go for Haze, you know, clearing that defense boost from Sneasler and clearing its own drops, including its defense drop from its Scale Shot earlier. And yes, it's speed, but that was much less relevant here. So a pretty cool play from John there. And now in a position where he could just go for a Protect and a Coaching, knowing that the Sneasler is in danger of getting knocked out and won't get a lot done at this turn, gonna put the eggs in the basket of the Dragonite doing the damage for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Dragonite, and especially because now if the Incineroar does come in, giving that Intimidate drop to both that Incineroar and Julian's Incineroar and Liam's Sneasler here, which on Sulfur's knockout is going to happen. Dragonite is set up with still a multi-scale.
Yep.
So a lot of different interactions have to happen for Liam to come back into this game. The kind of thing you're hoping for is that if you're Liam, you need to get those Dire Claw to hit something. Paralysis, or it would rather be a sleep or a paralysis, but it's got to hit something.
Yeah, last round we just saw, well, I unfortunately spoke into existence that lucky critical hit with the Woodhammer. We'll see if the dice are in Liam's favor still with that Dire Claw roll, because ultimately the way I'm seeing things are Dire Claw needs to get a great status into this Dragonite, and wow, no fake out.
There it is!
Wow. And Sneasler putting that Dragonite to sleep. Crucially, I'm curious why there was no fake out from either side here, or rather from John's side into that Sneasler, and no protects from Liam's side, very curiously.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Big amount of damage from John's knockoff into that now Ghost-type Incineroar. Again, a very good roll from that Dire Claw. Curious about why there were no protects there. And, you know, had Dragonite made it through that turn, that Scale Shot would have been devastating.
Yeah, and now you are rolling the dice on sleep as well as being outsped by this Sneasler in a really risky position for Incineroar in multiple different ways. Not to mention, Dragonite may have gotten those boosts, but if you can't move for a couple of turns, you are looking at a Dragonite who now does not have the loaded dice for Scale Shot at all.
Yeah, I completely neglected to notice that. Thank you, Jared.
There's another Dire Claw into there. Can't do a status on something that's already sleeping.
No, sirree. As we are going to see another Dire Claw go to that slot, a Flare Blitz go into the Dragonite. Very smart of Liam, knowing that that is I think a bit stronger than a... No, neutral knockoff is actually a bit stronger than a resistant Flare Blitz. So, my mistake. Silly, Liam. Why did you do that?
Maybe potentially hoping if it was a wake up that Flare Blitz did get a burn afterwards, but kind of hopeful thinking, I guess, on my part.
Absolutely. So Liam is going to have to lock in another Dire Claw into this Dragonite, and we'll see how much damage it can get done. Is it enough for knockout? No, this Dragonite, with that coaching boost, is able to sit through the turn, but with that maximum amount of sleep turns, do we see a burn here? If we see a burn, that could do it. And no, we are going to see the Dragonite make it through the turn. And I believe that Liam is actually still going to lose this match, as Liam can only target one of these Pokemon here. I believe Dragonite has taken all of its required turns of sleep and will wake up here. The only out for Liam here is a Scale Shot miss that I, again, don't want to speak into existence.
There's the wake up, and Scale Shot is incoming, and it is going to connect, and John, by the edge of tomorrow, somehow gets away from getting slept on his Dragonite to take this game 1.
Yeah, really interesting game there.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not sure what there is to mention. Let's recap, right? The Golden Go on turn 1 was immediately threatened, and Liam did not do a whole lot about it. Just said, I'm going to make use of what I have right now. I'm going to get off a Nasty Plot. I'm going to go for a Make It Rain. And that worked to some extent. But once it was off the field, that offensive pressure was pretty lacking. You had Sneasler, you had Rillaboom, but into a Dragonite, I mean, other than that Dire Claw sleep, you weren't getting a lot done.
Yeah, and I definitely think that it was most likely the correct move to just leave the Dragonite on that sleep turn. You have to, in that situation, especially because Incineroar is still up, has a decent amount of HP left.
Can't miss.
Can't miss. Has access to a base 120 move, even with a recoil. You have the ability to knock that Pokemon out, and I think rolling the dice on that turn 1 wake up is probably safer than consistently just trying to whittle down that Dragonite that you can.
Yeah.
If he does wake up, takes it out anyway, versus knocking out the other Pokemon and actually doing more damage once you have a little bit more leeway from that Incineroar. Not to mention, that Dragonite still did not have loaded dice. So
yeah,
that Scale Shot could have be done after 2 hits.
Could have been, depended on how much damage it needed to get done, but absolutely. And let's shout again, the difference between these two teams is one Pokemon, the Dragonite and the Electabuzz. We did not see the Electabuzz from Liam's side, and I think that's the right call. I don't think Electabuzz does a ton in this matchup, looking at John's team, whereas Dragonite does a ton in this matchup in the way of handling this Rillaboom a bit, able to get the speeds off. And I think one specific turn I want to shout out that I think won John the game was that very, very bright haze.
Yeah.
Hazing Dragonite to clear its own attack drops, the defense drop it had. The defense drop was probably the most important part, because had we seen that same set of turns play out, that Sneasler would have KO'd the Dragonite.
Absolutely.
And as well as the coaching coming in that next turn, mwah,
Yeah,
Chef's
fantastic.
Kiss
Absolutely
allowed
beautiful.
Sneasler to not KO it in the 3 hits plus a knockoff that it went through. And maybe had the knockoff come out from Liam's Incineroar into the Dragonite, it would have been enough damage instead of the Flare Blitz. Not sure, it's a marginal amount of damage different, but could have made all the difference in the world in the end of that game there.
Yeah, John Lyons is an incredibly smart player and has been making moves that it's kind of like you see it, you go, okay, and then the next turn happens, you're like, okay, I completely get it, completely got it. Yep.
so we are going to see a switch up of leads here. We see Rillaboom and Gholdengo on Liam's side of the field, not that Incineroar. And John, we see the Rillaboom instead of the Incineroar. So 2 Rillabooms instead of 2 Incineroars. But that Blood Moon Ursaluna still hitting the field. I mean, John pretty confidently going for a fake out there into Liam's Rillaboom, although looking at the Grassy Surge interaction, which one activated first, probably knew that he was faster, or at the very worst, a 50-50. And either way, if you're going for a fake out into the Rillaboom, you're going to stop the big damage going off into your Ursaluna Blood Moon. So I am curious where John's going to take it from here. And I'm also curious where Liam's going to take it from here, as that looks like a very, very fast Rillaboom with that drum beating, able to drop the speed of the Gholdengo, a high horsepower, expecting a switch possibly, and the Earth Power is going to stop this Gholdengo from moving in this game at all.
That means that's max speed Rillaboom, right?
John's?
If we are acting in the idea that this Gholdengo is also trained for speed,
one would have to imagine.
Yeah, then
yes, they would be 1 speed point difference. I mean, I don't know, and I'm not about to check and find out, but
yeah,
no, that's very interesting.
So that means that he did that fake out with full confidence in that speed, and now that Gholdengo is down, you really do struggle to take out this Rillaboom on the side of John Lyons.
Absolutely. I mean, without that Gholdengo, you don't have anything that resists Dragonite, assuming it is in the back because it did so much work last game. You can keep intimidating it, and maybe Sneasler can get a Dire Claw roll onto it. But this Gholdengo really needs to stick around for Liam, and I think just letting it drop this turn, maybe not anticipating the Rillaboom to be that fast. I don't know. I think Liam really had to get this Pokemon out of harm's way and didn't do so. Crucially, we're going to see that affect the match from here on out, and I can't imagine Liam comes back from this.
And more Incineroars on the field again. Maybe going with the protective there, and that was a fantastic move because that Woodhammer did have A-Bay's name on it, but unfortunately, A-Bay said, I'm going to scribble it out. But Incineroar getting a little bit of chip damage in there onto John's Incineroar. Not a ton of great movement on Liam's board, but for John, that is a fantastic turn.
Yeah, I mean, John coming away this turn, feeling pretty good. Again, I think Liam is seeing where they made their mistake here with just a Rillaboom, Incineroar, and the Sneasler that they have in back that they're now bringing out.
Wait,
not going to have...
This could potentially be so cooking. Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait a minute. So
walk me through it.
So, just switched in Sneasler, and then, so most likely you're not going to, unless it's a hard read here, probably not going to get Earth Power to be slot. Oh wait.
Oh wait.
Maybe this isn't cooking.
Maybe it's cooking.
Is it cooking?
I mean, are you expecting a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom slot?
I might, maybe I missed it on the second one. I did. I thought that Liam had parting shotted into the Sneasler on switch-in, and my Sneasler is White Herb, so I expected that to be like the proc into it. But
if you're John Lyons, that would have been cooking.
If you're John Lyons, it would have been cooking. Not in Liam's set, but does get Rillaboom back on, and no! That is a tragedy.
I mean, it was already looking bad for Liam, but as if they didn't need any more emotional damage, a critical hit through the Grassy Seed there. It is almost definitely going to steal this game up.
Tragic.
It's Incineroar versus Incineroar. 2 of these Pokemon can switch out. 2 of these Pokemon can't. Liam sees the writing on the wall. And I don't imagine any amount of luck can get you out of this position. When John can just be pivoting around with these Pokemon, likely has that Dragonite in the back, which is not going to be taking a lot of damage from either of these 2 Pokemon. The Ursaluna Blood Moon still in the back with its Focus Sash intact. Although we did see Liam's Incineroar move before it previously, we are going to see this one play out as John is going for the Terrassalization on his Rillaboom. And now it's really not going to be taking any damage from either of Liam's Pokemon unless they targeted it with a high horsepower and a Flare Blitz, possibly calling the Terra. But I can't imagine even that is enough to KO.
That looks like it's also going to drop the speed potential. The Flare Blitz is going to go into John's Rillaboom and take almost nothing out of that. And if this speed drop is enough to drop it, so that means John's Incineroar goes first, dropping that Rillaboom into the very, very low health range while getting off his own high horsepower. But again, there's still two other Pokemon in the back for John Lyons.
Yeah, and that that drum beating paying a good dividend there. Just saying, okay, I now have the certainty of being faster on this turn. I'm going to be able to get off my Flare Blitz before you can move, and your Rillaboom's the one Pokemon that could be in the way of me winning this. I did misspeak. The Ursaluna had taken some damage, so the Focus Sash wasn't intact, but nonetheless, it just wouldn't have been enough. Liam is going to forfeit this one. Really unfortunate critical hit there. But again, I do think John was in a very commanding position after taking out the Golden so early on. I think Liam will review this set knowing their very, very blatant mistake in letting one of their key offensive Pokemon just go down so quickly.
Yeah, Goldengo was not the money man today, unfortunately. And both times that it came out onto the field, it really did not stick around very long.
Nope.
And that is the worst possible thing you can do with a Pokemon with the offensive potential like Goldengo. But beyond that, the critical hit probably mattered at that point, most likely. So I think it's a thing that you can kind of take of like, it's the game. Sometimes that kind of thing's gonna happen.
It definitely didn't help. There was definitely outs from that point, given it is the beloved Sneasler. But either way, it was a back foot uphill battle from there.
Absolutely, though.
And, you know, they'll have to go back to the drawing board and see, okay, how do I beat a very similar version of my own team, but with a Dragonite? Do you alter things? What do you do?
Yeah, that Dragonite was fantastic, too.
Yeah.
That was, like, perfectly operated from John Lyons, and not to mention, like, a lot of Dragonite players seem to love the Terra Flying Terra Blast, you know?
Yeah.
But John Lyons running just singularly the Scale Shot and then having two fantastic support moves and still operating it like an absolute behemoth is a fantastic testament to how good he is as a player.
Yeah, it's that Regulation H Dragonite special. One attack, one speed control, one irritation, and one protect.
Absolutely.
But yeah, well played to John, and we will see him moving on to finals
Into finals.
after a brief word from our sponsors
It's not a sponsor, it's just a screen.
and viewers like you.
are at Grand Finals of the Balance Patch Cup. I am here as your caster, Naheem, joined by my fellow caster,
Jake.
and we are ready for this Grand Final, baby. Let's do it. Bring us to the players. I need to see the players, guys. Here we go. John Lyons rocking that Rillaboom, Sneasler, Dragon Knight, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, Goldango, and Incineroar. What are you thinking about this team?
I'm thinking I just saw it last round, and I saw it perform very, very well. A relatively standard-looking Regulation H team. Nothing too funny. The coaching Sneasler is a bit, not funny, but, you know, worth a shout. You never know what that fourth move on Sneasler is going to be. The Focus Sash Blood Moon Ursaluna is a very, very interesting choice. You know, usually you see that boosting item or you see an Assault Vest.
But not a Focus Sash. Yeah, I think that's really unique. It's not one I've seen ever, actually. This is the first time I'm seeing that. And it's actually kind of funny, too, because when we watch him play, it doesn't usually trigger, but
No.
it has.
I'm guessing it's got to be for something very, very specific that John's matching up into, where he feels he needs that Focus Sash item. And I think that's a testament to experienced players who aren't afraid to go outside the box, knowing, okay, this is what I'm struggling with. And even though maybe Ursaluna might benefit from a different item in a lot of situations, when I'm bringing Ursaluna and need to win a specific matchup, Focus Sash is what I need. And I think just being able to lock into that is very, very wise and something not a lot of people are willing to do.
So spoke to John just before this match, and he said that one change he would have liked or is missing, not necessarily that it's necessary, is that extreme speed on Dragon Knight. He said he would loved it over like Tailwind, but Tailwind is also so really good. It's just a 4-move syndrome, hard to deal with. Let's check out the next opponent. And it's
Joao
Joao
dos Santos.
Yes sir. Argalodon, Annihilate, Dragon Knight, Lycanroc, Tyranitar, and Volcarona. Lycanroc and Tyranitar are very interesting Pokemon to be bringing in here. I love them very much, have great synergy together.
Yeah, so the dragon you often see with Tyranitar is Garchomp with that Sandveil.
baby.
Shoutouts to Len. But in this case, we are going to see the Archaludon and the Dragonite. And a little bit of anti-synergy there, I will shout out. The multi-scale Dragonite alongside the Tyranitar Sandstream is a bit iffy. However, at the same time, you know, Joao is the one who's in control of when he sets that Sandstream out. So a very, very different team. You have that Tyranitar, you have the Lycanroc with Sandrush going to be not outspeeding Unburdened Sneaslers traditionally, unless they are not as trained up, and this Lycanroc is trained to be faster. And the sturdy Power Herb Archaludon is a very cool pick. And this Annihilate is also something that I don't think I've seen an Annihilate like this before. Safety Goggles with Close Combat and Rage Fist, Taunt, and Final Gambit.
It's definitely going to be a huge, interesting match they're about to see. So we're going to get into it right now. The leads are simple. Dragonite and Volcarona with the Rillaboom and Ursaluna on the opposite side. You know, I'm a huge fan of Ursaluna. I love Blood Moon and the original, but Blood Moon just has that niche of special attack. It can throw out just devastating attacks, and you can't really reduce it with anything like Intimidate because that doesn't exist with special attacks. I like a lot more.
Yeah. So Joao leading off with Volcarona, a Pokemon very beloved by me, and I didn't even get a chance to go over this Volcarona's moves. It is an offensive, or a supportive Volcarona, exact opposite of what I just said, but not even carrying the Rage Powder that so traditionally is seen on those sets. So we are going to see the Terra Normal from John's Ursaluna and a Fake Out from
you hate to see it already in the first match. Starting off with a burn on the Rillaboom. That's going to diminish the attack power that's going to be coming out from this Rillaboom.
So a Fake Out into the Volcarona here, which commonly carries Covert Cloak on these supportive sets, but opting for a Citrus Berry, getting faked out, so not going to be able to move this turn, but effectively getting a free Will-O-Wisp into the Rillaboom. We are going to see the Blood Moon, however, from Jean's Ursaluna go deep into this Volcarona, and my beloved friend is off the field as soon as it hit the field, but not before going out with a boom being that flame body activation.
Absolutely knocked out for its crimes against the Gorillas. It was now fallen, and here we are gonna switch in this next Pokemon, wondering what it will be. It's the Annihilate! How
Okay.
interesting. Coming into this selection of Pokemon on the field is interesting here. We do have that fighting type stab coverage to go into Blood Moon Ursaluna, who's a pure normal type now, so that can still do a nice amount of damage and it's quite threatening.
Yeah, so I think Joao taking advantage of the situation where, you know, the Rillaboom is burned on the field now, and we do have a Dragonite, which went for the Scale Shot, can do a good amount of damage to the Ursaluna, break that Focus Sash, and we know with that +1 speed, it's always going to be faster. And then a close combat from the Annihilate would just be able to clean it up, and you don't have to worry about Rillaboom as much now, thanks to that burn.
This is an interesting choice. You have 4 seconds to make it move. Goes for the Protect locked in here. This might actually be what you needed. Very last-minute decision, but let's see if it pays off for John Lyons here.
Yeah, I think this was a very, very smart protect here, knowing that Joao can go on the offensive on this turn into that slot, and just utilizing Rillaboom to the last of its abilities to get the slowdown onto one of these Pokemon. It is going to be the Dragonite now, having that multi-scale broken and its speed reset back down to neutral while its defense is still at -1.
Very important here because Dragonite is a flying type. It is not a grounded Pokemon. So it's not actually going to get the recovery from this field here. And it will have to deal with that. With multi-scale being broken, it's going to be much more easier to take down.
Absolutely, so a close combat here going into the Ursaluna is going to bring it almost down to the Focus Sash, and as long as Scale Shot connects from Dragonite here, and if it's faster than the Rillaboom, which it's not, the Drum Beating comes out into that slot, not going to be able to go for the Scale Shot before this Ursaluna is able to move. The Ursaluna going for the Blood Moon. What is it going to target down? If it targets down this Dragonite, likely going to be a KO. But no, it's the Annihilate getting dropped here, as Dragonite is going to be able to go for a Scale Shot here. Is it able to connect? It is, and it is going to be able to get its speed back to neutral. Its defense down to -2 now, and again, slower than that Rillaboom. This max speed drum beating Rillaboom across the 2 sets I've seen from John Lyons has done so much for him in the department of speed control. You don't always need Icy Wind, you don't need Tailwind. That drum beating, that single target can't miss, always drop your speed. Rillaboom, at I would have to assume maximum speed at this point, is doing numbers for him.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him again before the match, and John Lyons brought up the drum beating being an excellent move for speed control, and it's showing dividends here. It might not be doing the damage, but all we really cared about is gaining that speed advantage and making Dragonite waste defensive turns on Scale Shot. It's only gaining a negative stat in the defense at that point. It's only net neutral.
Yeah, so 2 Dragons on the field now for Joao against this Sneasler and Rillaboom combination. You know, Rillaboom not doing a lot outside of the speed control department, but next to a Sneasler, I mean, Sneasler doesn't really need your help in that regard. But both, or rather not both players, Joao still having access to that Terastallization. Notably on that Archaludon, the Terra Grass could come out to avoid close combat from doing too much damage, as well as the Terra Fairy on Dragonite, which don't do that one. So Joao wisely going for that Terra Grass. John probably not in a position where he needs to go for a call in Dire Claw here. So we will see what happens. We see the Dragonite just going for a Protect, keeping itself safe on this turn, as the Dire Claw does target down the Dragonite on this turn. Joao able to get a free turn with his Archaludon here. Does come at the cost of its sturdy ability. Is not going to be very good for it. And now there's a lot to consider. Electroshot coming out from the Archaludon, almost definitely going into that Sneasler. Is it enough for the 1-hit KO now?
I'm not sure. I don't think it will be, but we're going to find out right now. That special defense buff is, that's just enough. It's not going to get a knockout here, and of course, a little bit of extra HP back for your troubles. Sneasler is still around to give us another attack into this upcoming turn.
Absolutely, and again, I want to shout out those drum beatings.
Drum
Had
beating!
the drum beating not gone into this Dragonite so early on, this Dragonite would still be at +1 speed. It would be outspeeding this Sneasler, which has not had its item procced. So this Dragonite now in an iffy spot where it had just protected. This Archaludon, I mean, it can protect, but then it would leave its friend Dragonite up to get knocked out. And especially at that -2 defense, no multi-scale attack, it's looking tough. So Joao's going to have to make the right call this turn. John's going to have to make the right call as well. And I'm curious to see what each of these players go for.
All right, there goes the protector. This very, very lonesome Sneasler. This is the only offensive
Oh.
pressure he has right now.
I did
Does
not
that
notice.
Earthquake?
No, it's extreme speed on this Dragonite. It's not the Tailwind Haze set. It's just extreme speed here, which can pick up that KO on the Sneasler. Joao in a better spot than I thought because I don't know how to read, Naeem.
Oh no, we must have been confused. Yes, John's Dragonite does have extreme speed on it, which is exactly what John wished he had. That's really funny. Extreme
Wow.
speed will go ahead and pick up the knockout.
And Archaludon back with its sturdy ability now, thanks to that grassy terrain.
Wow, nah, this game's over, bro. yeah, that's a done deal, bro.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, bro.
Joao not falling for this. The Sneasler protect there, calling, okay, Joao, you're probably going for protect here. I want to see it come out. Let me take care of that. Joao now can just go for a double protect on this turn, keep both of his Pokemon safe from the fake out from John.
Nice.
But John making that call and going for a last ditch coaching onto the Incineroar here is going to be able to bolster its
Offensive power.
yeah,
it's very
offense
necessary.
and its defense. And now, you know, Joao's in a spot where obviously he can just extreme speed this Sneasler for the KO, but we have to see if Joao's Archaludon with that +1 special attack has enough in the tank to take out the Incineroar. I would wager a guess of yes. So Joao playing this, you know, better than I thought in hindsight because again, I don't know how to read. I did not see that this extreme speed Dragonite had extreme speed.
Yep.
I thought it was Tailwind this entire time. So Joao playing it perfectly to be in a spot where extreme speed will be able to knock out this Sneasler. If I had a guess, I mean, it is -1 attack, but it's a Dragonite and a Sneasler, man.
It is a
There's no
Dragonite
way.
and
It
a
has to
Sneasler.
KO.
It has to. It's extreme speed. It's definitely going to get a knockout here on the Sneasler. I don't foresee it. It's not like it can miss.
Whoa! So
Whoa,
we
the
don't actually
speed.
see the extreme speed. We see the Dire Claw, but no secondary effect is going to proc here. The Dragon Pulse is going to do more than half,
What?
as the Scale Shot is
What?
going to do.
Will that get
Not-
a knockout? Oh, critical hit on
Critical.
the second one.
Does it need more crits? It's
Oh,
gonna need
that's
5
so
hits.
close.
It's gonna
need the 5.
No, it needs a 5th and a crit.
Oh my God! No way!
Are you kidding me?
What an answer!
Everything I say. What is happening?
Yo, no way!
He didn't click extreme. Why did he click extreme speed?
Man. That was gonna
Jake,
be-
stop breaking the game.
Oh my gosh! I'm not gonna lie to you. If that had not gotten the KO there, a +1 attack was gonna
Why
be
did
going
he
into
just
that
click extreme
Dragonite.
speed?
And then we would have been looking at a flare blitz situation into
All he needed to do was
Archaludon.
click extreme speed.
Wow.
All he had to do was click extreme speed. But he didn't want to.
Wow.
He just said, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna get 2 crits.
Wow.
He
He almost lost for that.
he
He almost
I'm gonna
lost
be
for that
honest.
extreme speed.
I can say this because Joao is a good friend of mine.
Sure.
He deserved to lose
He
for that.
deserved it. He deserved it. Like, you had the easy. Let's clean
Easy.
this up.
Easy.
Simple. I wouldn't have had to work. Nah.
Just
We-
a little kiss. Keep it simple, stupid.
No, I like that. I like that. Sometimes you don't need a complicated play.
No. There was no reason to go for a read there.
That
your,
was
Your
insane.
Dragon Pulse
That
is,
was insane.
I mean, you didn't know if it was going to do enough, but it did enough. And then had a double protect happen. Oh no, a double protect happened.
He got the
You
2
just need the
crits he
extreme
needed.
speed.
2 crits
2.
he needed.
2.
2.
2.
That was insanity. Oh my gosh.
I'm looking at the numbers go down. I'm like, that did 13. I don't think the numbers can change enough to where 13 can be 16. I was seeing the other numbers, and I saw not 16 at any point. And
It just
Come
came down
on,
to
man.
it. I know. Honestly, John Lyons was not in a
Come on, man.
position to like really feel like he needs to make a radical change. It was still a good close match, and honestly, he could have still taken it. Maybe he has to fix up maybe one or two of his choices, but I kind of like the 4 that he came in with.
I just want to.
He ran out of offensive power.
I'm pretty good at math, but probability was always my weak point of like combinations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I really need to know how frequently 2 critical hits happens in a scale shot with loaded dice, and it's 5 hits. Because those odds, you're an accountant, Mr. Production.
Run the
Yeah.
math.
Do you
Run
know,
okay,
do you
the
know
math is coming.
probabilities of 1 in 24, 1 in 24, and then it's a 50% chance for it to even hit 5 times? Yep. Correct. To crit. But
I think crit is
it's 1 in 24, that's all I know.
it's like
Anyways, I'm going to go
13%.
back to this match while production does that. But you also have to factor in only 2 of the 5 are critical of a possible. You have to do the combination there. Yeah. It's not simple math.
Okay.
Anyways,
into the
Naeem,
match,
walk me
we got
through
the
what's
Dragon
happening
Knight,
on
the
the screen.
Volcarona, the Gorilla Boom, and of course the Ursa Luna, and we got that boss theme right now with the legendaries from the Gen 5 era. This fire theme is gonna bring us into this potentially last round, if Zhao can actually get the dub here. But I like these leads. I like these leads. That Dragon Knight, huge in that last round. Of course, Volcarona didn't get a lot of chance to do anything crazy, but we're here
Not
now.
a lot of a chance. It was just there for like a
It
second.
burned. It burned.
It burned.
Okay, we switched it out this time. Bring in the
Oh.
Archaludon earlier on. Whoa, that's a big adjustment. What are we gonna do to beat that? John, what did you expect Archaludon? I didn't expect Archaludon to switch in right now.
No.
That's insanity.
I'm surprised we didn't see Tyranitar. I saw a switch. I'm like, oh, that's Tyranitar to soak up this normal type move. But no, it's the Archaludon that's not going to have Sturdy for a lot longer. As a fake out is going to go into the Dragonite
Dragonite.
slot, subverting the expectations there. Blood Moon coming out. Is it going to be into this Dragonite? And it is the Pokemon that caused him so many problems last
Get him out of
game
here.
is
Get him
out
out
of
of
here.
here.
Get him out of here.
We don't need that no more around these parts. It's a new game, baby.
And, you know, with that Volcarona now and back in the Archaludon on the field, I mean, it's actually looking like a pretty good position from Joao. I mean, you did just lose Dragonite, but you're on the field with a Pokemon that does not want to see a Volcarona, and another Pokemon that does not have the best special defense stat. And now we're seeing another Pokemon in the back that doesn't want to see Volcarona.
Not at all.
And a Sneasler that, for all intents and purposes, doesn't love seeing a Volcarona.
So maybe the actual angle for John here is to target down this Volcarona, get it off
Maybe.
the field too. Maybe we're sleeping on it, right? Maybe it didn't do enough last game for us to really feel like impact from it. But here comes the protect from Alcalodon. What is Volcarona gonna do here?
And we see a
Struggle Bug.
just going for the supportive drop in speed here, as we are going to see that Volcarona does outspeed the Rillaboom. Finally, something outspeeds the Rillaboom. Drum beating going out into this
Archaludon.
Archaludon. Again, this Volcarona not carrying that Rage Powder. Hyper Voice coming out, gonna go into this Volcarona. I would have to assume gonna activate this Citrus Berry with that Terra Normal Hyper Voice. No, my
Oh,
gosh!
wow, that did
Struggle
nothing.
Bug. Struggle Bug, Naeem. Why
It's
didn't
such
you
a-
tell me you used Struggle Bug?
I did say Struggle Bug.
My bad.
That's a really good move.
So, with the amount that Struggle Bug just did last turn, I'm curious how much Heat Wave would do from this position. And the question also is, you know, the drum beating is going to go to this Archaludon again. Earth Power could go into the Archaludon as well and would likely pick up the one-hit KO. You know, there is no Assault Vest on this thing. It is sturdy. And we are going to see a Terastallization from Joao's side of the field into that lovely London Bridge. Now with a sunflower on its head and some other types of flowers as the Protect comes out from Ursaluna. And what's the board state now?
I think we're gonna see Tailwind coming into play, trying to play around those drum beatings. It was giving him a big problem in that first game, so putting out the Tailwind is probably a good idea. Maybe trying to deter John from pressing that button again. No more drum beatings. I'm gonna be faster indefinitely. You're gonna waste your time going for that. Now maybe you should adjust to your strategy to do something completely different. I could even see Rillaboom coming out in this upcoming turn as well.
Absolutely. and I'm not sure how necessary that Terrestrialization was. As Drum Beating actually going into the Volcarona, I don't know if that's a contact move, so I don't know if there's a chance of even getting burn there, but nonetheless, didn't. So the Terra from Archaludon may have been a little unnecessary with the Tailwind there, because I think the +1 special attack Electro Shot into the now Terra Normal Ursaluna Blood Moon, given the fact that it is Focus Sash, probably would have been enough to get a KO, but, you know, just keeping himself safe there, possibly wanting to avoid a high horsepower as well. So, smart. Joao here now in a very commanding offensive position where he is now at that +1 special attack, doesn't have access to that Electro Shot, but doesn't necessarily need it to win this game. And Volcarona in a spot where it can do a lot of damage with this Heat Wave now. And we do see the Gholdengo hit the field, gonna get that +1 defense thanks to the Grassy Seed. And what's gonna happen here?
Well, you can't do a lot of damage if you get a double miss on Heat Wave, so we'll see if that's what comes up. There goes the Heat Wave against both of the Pokemon. That's a knockout on Rillaboom. I don't think John is too upset about that. That means we can bring something back in safely. Maybe Dire Claw is about to come and rip a new one into both these Pokemon.
Maybe, but you have to also take into account that the Volcarona did set up Tailwind. Both of these Pokemon would be faster than that Sneasler at this point in time, and the Sneasler's unable to, you know, get off its own Unburden without getting a close combat off or getting intimidated or something, but Intimidate's not even on Joao's team.
No, no
so
Intimidate at all.
we do see the return of Ursaluna on the field here, and, you know, John's not in a position where he can switch around. This Heat Wave is going to do devastating damage so long as it hits. Archaludon's going to be doing an enormous amount of damage with that +1 special attack now, and it has Sturdy Intact, so it's not like if something survives, it's going to be able to knock out that Archaludon quickly. And what was looking like a really, really tough turn one, a very hard call by John, ended up going in Joao's favor, where he was able to set the board in the exact position he wanted to the entire time.
Okay, Protect coming out for Ursaluna, and I did see Shadow Ball as the option chosen by Gholdengo to go into this Archaludon, and it doesn't look like anything else protected, so it will be getting that damage. But Heat Wave doesn't hit. No, it looks like a miss. Oh, okay, no, it's not a miss. It's not a miss. It does hit. Okay.
And Volcarona able to knock out that little coin noodle. And the last Pokemon on John's side is going to hit the field in that Sneasler. One turn of Tailwind left for Joao to work with. The Volcarona at -1 speed. One more turn of Tailwind. A free Protect available to Sneasler, but no free Protect available to that Ursaluna Blood Moon. And if there's going to be any chance for John to stay back in this game, it's going to be a 33% chance for the double Protect to go off. A higher percentage than 5 hits of Scale Shot and a critical hit, and another critical hit. Justice would be served if this double Protect went off, but we do see the double Protect fail. We see the Sneasler did not opt to go for a Protect. And a critical hit, which we see mattered a lot, as the Electro Shot last game was not enough to KO the Sneasler, which is, I believe, even stronger than +1 Dragon Pulse. And, oh my gosh, the Tailwind peters out. The dice just not rolling in John's favor this game.
Yeah,
and Joao Dos Santos is going to be picking up the cup win here at Balance Patch.
Very tough game indeed. Honestly, at the end there, it really felt like Grassy Terrain was doing a favor for Zhao way more than it was for John. The recovery, that Volcarona basically was at full health again. It was just no damage going into that slot, and yet it's still clicking Heat Wave. It set up Tailwind. It denied everything that John wanted to do in that last round, and it was really rough to deal with.
Yeah. I'm surprised that, well, I think John didn't see how bad Volcarona was into his team. And thought, you know, I don't need the Dragonite to handle that. And, I mean, I have the Ursaluna, I have Sneasler that can Dire Claw it. I have Incineroar, but he didn't bring those, and he kind of let Volcarona go a little nutty on him. There was quite a bit of luck there. I mean, the Volcarona still was going to go for Heat Wave, and 90% of the time it was going to be connecting, so we can't count that out.
That struggle bug in the
but-
beginning, too, is what really set the
Huge.
pace of the match. I have to now shuffle around my Ursaluna just to try and get advantage. It was a tough situation indeed.
Yeah. Well played by Joao, getting, I think he knows, quite a bit bailed by that scale shot, 5-hit, double crit. I got another rhyme, but I'm not saying it. But John, I think, played just about as well as he
Yes,
could.
yes, he did. Yes, he
Against those odds. Game 2, getting caught quite a bit off guard. I mean, making that turn 1 play, but again, Joao making the best of it, saying,
yeah.
I'm going to bait this. I know you want Dragonite down. I'm going to use this turn to get rid of your Blood Moon and let myself set the pace of this game moving forward.
Shout out to Zhao, too. I think he went undefeated in Swiss rounds.
Did he really?
Yeah, and now he was undefeated again, made it in the grand finals.
Wow.
He went straight through everybody, man. Shout outs to him. His play was immaculate tonight.
Yeah.
Well,
And now a word from our Marshall.
No, just to add, Zhao went completely undefeated. This is his first local of the season, first
Yep.
local in many, many moons.
Yep.
Since
I
I
knew
think last time we saw Reg H. So, yeah, he put in a lot of work today.
yes,
Yeah.
he sure
Yeah.
did. Sure did. Made it look easy even. Woo!
Hopefully we can get a quick break. I'll see if Joao wants to do an interview, and either we'll be right back or we'll sign off. Until then, peace. We'll find out live, unless Marshall wants to cut away. Okay.
So don't even bother getting
I
up.
think we're still on.
We are.
Yeah.
Hi. All right, bye.
Are we muted even?
These things are super, not great. Okay. Hello, everyone. Whoop. I'm Jake Major, joined by our newly crowned Cup winner, Joao dos Santos. Joao, how does it feel to win your first local back in quite some time?
Yeah,
Ooh, hold that up. Hold that up. Let's see that beautiful mat, man. The Cup champion Ho-Oh mat. That's gorgeous. I hope you cherish that one because it is really gorgeous.
yeah, it's awesome, this one.
But yeah, after quite a long break, how does it feel to come back and just take it all against, a pretty strong Boston roster?
Yeah, it's kind of hard, getting the win streak I got here today because the good players have here in Boston. And I was aiming, to finish my curse here because it's my 4th time playing here in Balance Patch, and I just bubbled it on the 3 last times.
Oh my God.
So, 2-3, 3-2, and when I got 4-0 here, it's yeah.
And then
Maybe
you went
it's the time.
5-0,
Yeah.
6-0, 7-0, a full 8-0 here.
Yeah, the hardest one for me was on top 8.
Okay. What did you play in top 8?
It's Tegan.
Who?
I think James.
Jake Teague.
Oh,
Jake.
Jacob Teague.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they were running a relatively standard team, which they don't ordinarily. But they're a very strong player. I've had my share of tough battles against them.
And I practice it a lot, even with that team too, with Sinistcha and Rain. And then even in game 3, he opened it with Dragonite Tailwind and Sinistcha Trick Room. So
Ooh.
I was guessing what
Yeah.
he gonna do. And after we played, he's saying, I clicked it Tailwind and Trick Room.
Yeah.
One of them needed to work. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So take me through your team, because it's definitely not the standard we see in Regulation H.
Yeah.
Regulation H, I feel like a lot of people think is solved or we've seen it all, and I still think there's so much room for creativity and change, and I think your team really shows that. So do you want to walk us through? I have a few questions. How'd you come to this Annihilate set, the Rage Fist Close Combat Taunt Final Gambit.
First, I was using Annihilate, Terra Grass, Focus Sash, and coaching instead taunt.
Okay, and like still no mouse hold or anything, like
No.
not the standard Annihilate stuff.
Because the main combo was with Annihilate and Dragonite because the skill shot coaching,
Oh, okay.
and that one was good, but I was not feeling safe about it. And then I was building with a friend, and he's saying, "Oh, did you already test? What do you think about like safety goggles Annihilate Terra Water with taunt instead coaching?" And I said, like, "Yeah, we can try."
Yeah.
And I was using Volcarona too, with Rage Powder instead Will-O-Wisp.
Yep.
And was like on the first week practicing with this team, I didn't get it,
Yeah.
but I use it to still playing with it to feel something that can connect, and I feel safe playing with it depending on some matchups.
Yeah, that what you just said, I think should speak to a lot of people, because a lot of people will try a team, pick it up, and if they're not winning with it in 5 games,
Yeah.
they'll throw it to the wayside. But you sticking with this, and I mean, even just one set in the Annihilate, shows, as you work through things, you start to see different things. You start to play the team differently. So I think that's a very good lesson to learn, and one that a lot of players should hear. How many times did you click Final Gambit today?
I think 4 times.
4 things down just immediately?
Yeah.
All right. I'll try to make it quick. If you had to dedicate one MVP on your team today, who would it have been?
It's hard to say because on Annihilate it's 1, Dragonite 2 because of skill shot and crit.
Yeah.
And Volcarona too because it's the main support.
Yeah, it keeps the team together.
Yeah.
All right.
So I can say it's Dragonite.
Dragonite?
Does have a lot of pressure, like getting speed and hitting scale shot. And like haze for the opponent's setup.
Yeah. I think it definitely showed, in that final game. There was a lot of luck there. We don't have to go over that. But Dragonite proved to be a pain for John to deal with.
Yeah.
And, game 2, you conditioned him to that and made him have to focus it down on turn 1 and then play out of, what a lot of people would think is a disadvantaged state and say, okay, now I'm in a position with Archaludon and Volcarona. I baited you to take out my Dragonite. Like, was that part of your plan? Was it kind of a bait and switch? Or were you like, oh no, Dragonite's down, what do I do?
Because in my mind, like on game 1, after he hit it, taking my Volcarona out, I was thinking my Volcarona was the main threat against his team. So in game 2, I was thinking to get Volcarona back, thinking about he gonna do the same thing.
Yep.
But he get rid of Dragonite instead.
Yeah.
So I was not a bad thing, but was a good because I got a free switch and
Yeah.
even I got like Struggle Bug or Tailwind
Yeah.
and like Will-O-Wisp too. And then I think was better more setting up the game more for my side, like with Volcarona on the Archaludon's side.
Yeah. I think game 2 you looked a lot more comfortable and confident, especially after that Dragonite went down. You didn't let it phase you. You were just like, this actually is perfect for me, and you executed perfectly. So thank you for the chat. Congrats again, Joao.
Thank you.
Great to see you. We'll wrap up here at Balance Patch Cup. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you to the organizers for organizing. And thank you for all the players playing. Take care.
Thank you.